Hello, everyone. Santier here. I am back from my week break and reorienting myself. Going to be trying Saturday streams. Going to be starting here with Guild Wars 1. But I do want to play some other game after a break period. Haven't figured out what game yet. I'll be figuring that out during the break period. Gonna need to. I think that covers preamble. I'm just doing War in Kryta here. That's where I was at. That's what I'm doing. Something really neat. Mana Guy has been posting some pictures of an old Guild Wars 1 guide, specifically of the skills, and that's been really interesting. So anyway, go ahead and pop these things open so I can look at my heroes. I don't remember what was even going on. That's right, I had a BIP Ranger, because that's totally normal. Goran's doing a signet bar. Sure, why not? Okay, we're doing kind of an orders team. With most of the healing being on Dunkoro. Yeah, this seems mostly fine. I was yelling at people about their conditions. I think was working decently well. Let's see, where was I? Riverside Assassination, that's where I was. Let's go get, before we go and do that. By the way, I'm not sure in future weeks if I will do Guild Wars first or the other game first. Probably, like, if I'm sensing that whatever game it is that I'm doing on kind of like backlog playthrough type stuff is nearing its end, I'll probably want to do it first. Just because Guild Wars is extremely flexible and can go for an indefinite period of time. But I don't really have grand motives beyond that in terms of order. Earlier seems like it would be more beneficial to my European viewers who have watched me for Guild Wars 1 being able to do so. Anyway. Riverside Assassination. Yes, go do this. Do I remember how this one works? I may want to tweak my team composition. I don't think this team is bad, but I do think it has its limitations. That may want to be getting changed. So I think I'll roll with this for now. I don't remember specifically what this one requires. Temple of the Unseen. This one's rather nasty if I recall. Yeah, this takes me over to here. You know what? Let's just go, and if it goes really poorly, I will do some reconfiguring of my team. That's what my plan's going to be now. Hey, Paulina.
I've heard much of you.
Yes, I am the happy volunteer. Let's go. I've been live for almost 5 minutes. Excellent.
Welcome, friend.
Head towards the back, where there's a door that leads directly into the heart of the temple. Yes. It's a bit of a trek to reach these keys. They're both beyond the temple on the west side of the province. Other option is to run in the front door, sword swinging and wands blazing. Just keep in mind that there are significantly more forces at the front of the temple. Right, this is the Temple of the Unseen. I was getting it confused. Yeah, in Riverside Province. I was getting it confused with the Temple of Tolerance over here, where there's another one that is quite challenging. I don't remember this one being as difficult. So I could go over here to get keys to get in the back door, or I could go in the front door. I'm not sure which is easier offhand. do need to make sure I'm keeping a bit of a focus on abbots. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm not sure how effectively these days will be for people. Just because time zones are a thing. How am I doing so much tanking? Okay, they have a Jade Cloak up in the tower. This team's not going to be as good at dealing with those because our ranged actors are somewhat limited. The good news is... Yeah, okay, that's expected. Doesn't surprise me. I can support my bow. Okay, this is already going somewhat disfavorably. Right, so we're gonna wipe here. And then I'm gonna go back to the outpost. I'm going to change my party configuration because I don't think this orders thing is going to work super well here. It was neat while it lasted, but yeah, I think something different is in order. Let's just go ahead and start by leaving my party. So what do I want here? Good question. I'm definitely going to want a Necromancer. I'm going to grab Mirian. Because I don't need it to be super specific. Actually, no. I probably want Livia. Yeah, Livia's blood magic. I probably do want her on BIP. I want to be a little bit more caster heavy. I'm going to want a ritualist. Doing stuff. Price would probably work. How are you spec'd out? You're strong in restoration. Okay, that's fine. I know if I'm thinking. I want snares, I think. Water magic could be really good for that. It's also really good for incidental healing. I usually make Serenia water, so I think I'll grab that. I do want a healer. Let's actually go with Sientir here because I'm going to want kind of a blend of things. And he's the Divine Favor. Maybe I just want Daedalon. I'll miss the run speed buffs, but that's okay. Okay. So let's drop curses. I don't know if I'll want any of those. Drop that some, put into death magic. Let's go a little bit more. Yeah, that's fine. That'll give some insurance against weakness, I guess, as well. So. I don't know if I'll have room for Blood Bond. I do want the BIP. And then I want Putrid Explosion to help control corpses, because I was noticing they were definitely making some. Deathly Swarm is not particularly exciting. Withering Aura. This would be an interesting choice. It could go on me. Might be worth doing. Could bring weak Shambling Horrors. I'm not sure if that's worth it or not. But they would clog things up some. without being like a major focus. I like a remove hex. And restore life. This seems fine. Yeah, I don't think I need Blood Bond. I want something a little bit more defensive-ish here. Actually, I'm going to give Soul Feast here. That's another really good way of dealing with the life loss from BIP while also being corpse management. Part of what I'm looking for here is I'm looking for ways of managing corpses because I don't want the enemy making a bunch of minions with them. I feel like I want something that's a little bit more impactful in here for the final skill. Necromancer tends to be a little bit more on the subtle side, so maybe Signet of Lost Souls is good. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that, just for some energy management. We'll see how this does. I'm not quite sure on it, but I do like the idea of the Vipper being able to soul feast up a bunch of health. That has a lot of appeal to me. Okay. Frankly, this seems fine. I'm gonna just leave that. Okay, I want snares here. Yeah, I actually want snares more than that. So let's go with Deep Freeze. I want that. Rust is good. This is a good source of damage and a long-lasting hex, which is good for Icy Prism, which is good AoE damage as well. So I want that, but I want Deep Freeze for both damage and snare. Energy costs on Deep Freeze are kind of high. Water Trident's also really good, sort of knockdown standard damage thing, so I'm going to leave that there. She doesn't need any of that curses stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and make her... yeah... do I want a monk res? I want to put a resurrection skill here, I think. I'm just debating if I want monk or ritualist. I think I might go with flesh on my flesh here on her. I'll figure him out in a moment. Let's see. This is probably fine. Spiritual Pain and Astral Signet Energy Surge. Yeah, that seems fine. I think this is an interesting one, but I think what I'm going to want here is I'm going to want probably... yeah, because I'm not going Spirit Heavy. Hang on, I'm going to close this for a moment so I can see these more easily. I'm going to change my bar as well. I don't want to be running as just a Flesh Wound. I might want to run Restore Condition over here. Actually, I could also run RC or Flesh Wound instead of Empathic Removal. Empathic Removal, though, I think I want to kind of stick to because it's a really nice, like, clear everything sort of skill. But I could alternatively... let's see. Yeah, because Santier wants to wait a little bit more towards... and this is actually probably fine. Not the world's most impressive healing burst, but... okay, hang on. Field Guardian's cute. I think I actually want that to be Mend Ailment. And then I have Hex, Shatter Hex, Empathic Removal, and Remove Hex for those. The thing is, this feels like it's a little light on condition removal relative to what I'm expecting in the zone. There are different ways I can try to address that. Like, Restore Condition is a powerful way of being able to get rid of all conditions on somebody. Obviously, that's kind of what it does. I could go more of a Spirit-y direction. He has the strongest one of those. I could lose the Flesh of My Flesh on him in favor of Mending Grip, or Wielder's Remedy, rather. Which would provide some additional condition removal as well, because he has a bunch of weapon spells. He does have the strongest Writ Res of the ones available right now. The question is, how many resurrection skills do I need across this party? I currently have 4. Can I afford to lose one? The other thing is Wielder's Remedy is vulnerable to enchantment removal, obviously. Like, you think of Ritualists as being really good against conditions, but they only are under certain circumstances, so... I could also swap out It's Just a Flesh Wound for Song of Purification. That would require a much heavier investment in motivation to actually be worthwhile. That makes me a bit hesitant. Obviously, we're familiar with Mend, Body, and Soul being extremely good condition removal, but that's only true under the circumstance that you are using it. I kind of want something that can remove multiple conditions, particularly from me, because I was noticing, like, blind and whatnot all getting on me. And that either requires me to build with a bunch of spirits in mind, which I could do, but I don't really want to. Or going a slightly different direction. Again, I could drop Empathic Removal, but I kind of want the Hex control that it provides. I could swap it, but the thing is, like, look how tight these attributes already are. Bonding Power is really useful for making the weapon spells last longer, particularly a Weapon of Warding. I could drop it for Protection Prayers and go Restore Condition. Remove Hex. Let's see, right now this is providing what? 44% increased duration. So 0.44 times 8. This is... yeah, okay. I think I'm okay with dropping Spawning Power a bunch. And speccing into Protection Prayers. So 5 is 20% increased. That would get like an extra couple seconds out of that. Seems alright to me. Obviously this is a good Flesh of My Flesh due to the relatively high restoration magic, but I'm okay with dropping that as well. And going to an RC Remove Hex. Set up like so. This allows for better condition removal. It's a couple of additional seconds. Not quite as much. Not going to last like 11 seconds or whatever. but these two don't need long durations. Nightmare Weapon is a nice way of getting some additional healing in. But I actually, you know what? Let's swap it out. No, let's just leave that as is. I don't know. We'll see how this kind of goes. This might need to be changed again. Obviously, I also want to drop It's Just a Flesh Wound, and I can bring something else as an elite. I kind of want to make this character slash monk because there's a bunch of stuff there that would be really, really useful. That's a decision I haven't made just yet, but it is not exactly imminent, but getting strongly considered for a variety of reasons. I could just replace that with Anthem of Guidance, but that doesn't make much sense. Crippling Anthem isn't bad. It doesn't need a ton of investment. How long would that last? 7 seconds? That would add a little bit of additional snare. I don't think that's quite worth bringing here, though. Triple Strike is kind of overpriced, if you ask me. How often will I be enchanted? Would this be worth using? I could go with something in Warrior as well. Golden Skull Strike. Why was the encoding overloaded on just that? I don't know. Encoding overloading is weird. So Swirling Aura will get me sometimes, and okay, there's not a ton of enchantments in my party. I'm probably not going to be enchanted most of the time unless I intentionally do it. Golden Skull Strike is right out as not being particularly useful. Dervish doesn't really have any no attribute elites, or other elites that I'd consider kind of without. I might go with You're All Alone. That's a way of adding some additional snare. That seems reasonable to me. I do kind of like the idea of being able to drop empathic removal on myself, though. As well as having access to Judgment Strike, which might sound weird, but is a skill that I think is actually fairly reasonable.
Welcome, friend.
Assassin. These are things that are likely to drop, so I will keep them there. Okay, let's give this another shot.
You honor me.
As you can see, I could immediately snare him. That part was not ever going to be particularly difficult. How does things go from here? That's the bigger consideration. Yeah, Olivia's absolutely big healing herself. Well, I can't do anything about the cliff, so let's start working on these abbots and stuff, shall we? Okay, well this is obviously going a bit better. I think there's a lot more utility to incidental minions than may immediately be apparent. Let's see. Yeah, that's where the bosses and the keys are over there. This is the gate block. It requires these 2 keys. We'll see how things look on the going in the front door front. Obviously the minions I have aren't super strong, but I don't mind if you're here and there. It'd be surprisingly helpful. Fire wand. Oh, all the way back there. I kind of want to grab that because... Oh, no, it's on the tower. Never mind. Never mind. It's a somewhat less accessible location. Explosive growth. Okay. Yeah, definitely liking the restore condition being able to happen here. Signet of Return, the Paragon Res, is not so great when you don't have very many living allies. I do enjoy the repurposed watchtowers here. Anthem of Fury is a neat skill. Random villagers out here. Give me your hammer. Vengeance, eh? Hopefully I have enough. Enchantment removal to make that a bad skill. What have I got? A strip enchantment and a mirror of disenchantment. Maybe that's a decent amount. Not a ton, but a decent amount. That seems like a decent number of minions that she's able to actually get there. Very useful for keeping things somewhat distracted. Flesh my flesh becomes a lot less appealing when your health is low. Resurrection Chant as well, actually. It's something that I like about the skills design-wise, is the way that they scale with health, so even if you're not able to like stop it from getting off, if you get the person low, then they're a lot less effective. That's something that I really appreciate about the design over some of the percentage, like raw percentage-based resurrects. I don't need to worry about anybody over there just yet. If the front door looks passable, then we will go that way. It's an if, of course. It might not. I mean, if you want to set yourself on fire, I guess be my guest. Still can't use shouts or chants in the spell of silence for some reason. It's almost like it prevents you from being able to do that. It does, obviously. Hopefully I am being successfully live. I guess I could check. Who knows, I've heard about weird stuff going on with Twitch lately. Who knows how that might have impacted things in unknown ways. Professor's orders is not the thing that I'd most want to drop from those guys. It would impact the law and order. So I believe those things can drop. I see over here, Seeker. I do have a Cern scan that can help with some of these situations. I need to remember I have that. 1 second. Let me do a quick check to verify that I'm around properly live. Yep, I am properly live. Excellent. Okay, let's continue. I don't know if Saturdays are a bad day for viewership because people are doing other things, incidentally. It just kind of works out a little bit better for my schedule. Because I got a little tired of breaking up my working on maybe Mondays would be a better streaming day. I don't know. We'll try Saturdays for a little bit and see how they feel. The problem with Saturdays is a lot of people like to schedule stuff on Saturdays because they're traditionally off days for people. Oh, there's a friggin' ether seal here. That's one way to make the back route look more appealing. This is the spot where I needed to start using a Cern scan and did not. Get me out of the range of that friggin' ether seal. I like that they brought those back, though. Okay. I think I've cleared out these guys pretty well. Yeah, this is a not impossible, but a bad idea. The issue with trying to go that way is looking at the map here to figure out how I want to go this way. That ether seal is surrounded by a lot of enemies, so that's just going to make it hard to punch through. Very messy indeed. I don't like those guys being down there. I want to cross this bridge, but I'm going to go around and clear out the enemies underneath it first, so that way I'm not having to deal with them from a uncomfortable angle. Because otherwise I would have to deal with them from an uncomfortable angle, and I would rather not have to do that. All alone doing his best Imlad impression. Really what it is the snare is kind of like you move like a dwarf. All right. There's other ways around. You could go around that way. How's my inventory doing? Doing all right. That one didn't drop an item slightly out of reach for me, which I kind of appreciate, actually. It's interesting, though, as I think about it some. Does this get diverted or something? I have some cause to prefer that it is a streaming day. Almost as a way to have an excuse to not have to engage in social activities beyond what I want. But also because I like Monday being off more, makes it easier to do some stuff together as a family. Okay, that's enough random rambling. Let's clear out some more white mantle, apparently. You have to be real careful with the certain skin. By the way, the anti miss thing where it kind of runs both ways. It's kind of an interesting but very obnoxious side effect. Of course. A water trident. That's why the guy was knocked down as he was running towards me. I was a little confused about why that happened, and then I remembered I had water trident. I'm like scanning through my party really quickly. Saw water trident, was like, ah yes, of course. Okay, I got eaten by Spoil Victor there. Wow, that's some very active hex removal. Apparently I waited too long. Okay, ow. I'm kind of glad I gave Livia Soul Feast here. Okay. But, like, seriously, you are being a jerk and you need to go away. You are also being a jerk and need to go away. Team's holding up decently well. Looks like Livia died at some point in the game. Not ideal. Okay, who's dropping the Chaos Storms? I'm not actually sure. Probably that guy. Just like no weirdness. Wow, that was a weirdly challenging battle. I'm not quite sure why. Okay, we kind of need to go to both spots, so let's just go this way first. Might as well. My weapon's not been doing as much, just because the enemies haven't been quite as bundled. Okay. I was just waiting for us to get cleared up of stuff. I only have my windows slightly cracked, but it's getting a little chilly in here. Often what will happen is, because my computer is a gigantic manufacturer of heat, as a byproduct of computing, it can tend to get kind of warm in my room. So I'll often want the window adjusted to compensate. But little spirit of recovery. I ride the lightning scythe bar. It's not bad. Olivia's been able to work off a little bit of her death penalty, which is good. It's a fairly full area. I think I'm going to come over here first. Okay, this is just a few guys. It's amazing how much energy you gain when you drop a held item. Little highway. Get out of here, sycophant. What I'm trying to decide right now is if I want to try to attack the Jade Cloak, and I think I do. I do want to be careful about okay, you managed to heal up nicely. About trying to move while in Treading Earth, because I am using Drunken Master, which will cause me to get knocked down in Treading Earth, in so much as it knocks you down in circumstances where you have increased movement speed. Oh, that's kind of nice. You'll notice I instantly got the blue key when the enemy died, instead of like Eye of the North dungeons, where keys are a tangible drop that you have to pick up. Now, they don't stay in your inventory, but they do require an open inventory spot to go into. So instead of doing it, hello, molecular mushroom, good to see ya. Instead of doing it that way, they just have a trigger that just flags that you have the key, which is a nice way of handling it. I'm not running for anything, but I appreciate the sentiment. Will you drop the daggers I want? Probably not. The answer is no. I wonder what makes me look like a presidential candidate to you. Don't know how easy that is to quantify, though. Oh yeah? Two can play at that game. Oh. Well, you apparently have Mending Touch to take care of you playing at that game. Spend a little bit more time cleaning stuff up in the inventory, it looks like. Let's do that before I pick up the Seeker's Vest. Okay. I can pick that up, salvage that. These Grim Cesta should salvage into bone. They do. And I can get cloth out of these sycophants robes. I don't really want to salvage this because there's a good chance that it'll salvage the wood, and I just don't need more wood. I've got plenty across my account. Hi, I guess you wanted to be over here right away. That would explain much. I wasn't sure if that fellow was a soldier stance or not. I assume you mean Cantha, not Kryta, because we've had Kryta in Guild Wars 2 for quite some time. I am definitely curious to see how they do Cantha and execute on it, but I'm also uninclined to play it because I just don't. I have not typically found the gameplay to be particularly interesting. I say it with some degree of sorrow because I want to like the game. This would actually work really well with. My build brain is thinking. This like Seda Signet and Signet of Deadly Corruption. Maybe you're all alone. There's a nice bar going there. Yeah, that is kind of sad. I remember really enjoying it when I first started playing it back when it came out. But after some number of months, I don't know exactly how long, but I realized that I wasn't actually having fun. I was just doing stuff because I felt like I should or whatever. That's more or less where it was. But that's when I was like, oh, maybe I should not keep playing a game that I'm just kind of playing out of a sense of like. Obligation is not quite the right word, but not entirely the wrong one either. So I ended up doing just that, stopping. But there's so much that I like about Guild Wars 2. It does make me kind of sad that I don't enjoy it. Cool. I hope you enjoy it. I've enjoyed my Switch. I'm looking forward to whenever it is that I get to finally play Metroid Dread. Incidentally. Yeah, the Switch's portability is really, really nice. I could stand to get a carrying case for it, but because that would help with the portability. Yeah, no, for sure. Like that's the thing is like Nintendo complements PC gaming really well because Nintendo has a lot of really good exclusives and a lot of the stuff that I'd be interested in playing on console otherwise comes to PC. So of course PC's a lot more expensive if you're wanting to try to keep up with things like graphics cards and stuff, but yeah, Nintendo does have a lot. Are they re-release? Because I think Bayonetta 2 was on the. You might be talking about Bayonetta 3. I don't know, but Bayonetta 2 I think was on the Wii U. Are they re-releasing it for the Switch as well? I wasn't necessarily paying the closest attention to that. Gotcha. Yeah, because I know they announced Bayonetta 3 for Switch. Yeah, I have the 2+1 for the Wii U. I just wasn't sure if they had also done or were planning on doing a thing for the Switch as well. That makes sense. The Wii U didn't do super well, I think in part because... Hey, Dead on Stick. Good to see ya. Really appreciate it. Welcome back. But yeah, the Wii U unfortunately was named the Wii U, and it made it really hard for people to recognize that it was in fact a distinct thing and not a peripheral like all of the other Wii Blinks, Wii Mote, Wii Balance Board, Wii Steering Wheel, or whatever. Like they just prefixed everything that was a Wii accessory with Wii, and then calling it the Wii U meant that it was ripe for confusion among like the general consumer base. Will you drop Law and Order for me? You did not. How disappointing. I'd really like them to drop Law and Order. I'd like those daggers for this character. But they're also a rather unlikely green drop, so... Get a big time break from gaming. Ah, gotcha. Okay, open door. Aaron? Where are you? Oh, you're over here. Probably shouldn't be my highest priority target here. On the other hand, that barrage is not good for my team. Okay, but this is going to be a lot easier if the priest isn't around to keep him alive. Versat bosses tend to be extremely durable. Oh, shield bash. Okay, these priests have shield bash. That's what's getting me. Also, let's switch list here. Okay. Should be a lot easier now that there's not a bunch of support for this guy. All right. I kind of am inclined to stay back a little bit here. I'd prefer to minimize aggro. Oh, that's not a bad idea. There's some really clever builds on display here with these White Mantle. That was a Beguiling Haze Epidemic bar, which is a really neat idea. Forgive me your mediocre at best FDS. Okay, that stuff's all infused. This set isn't. This set's not complete. I need gloves. I don't remember what... Oh yeah, now I remember. I was going to get Big Womp and Dragon Gloves, but I needed to build up enough... something for them. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's get out of that. Let's let everybody recover a little bit. Those Versat towers are nasty. They drain your energy like crazy, and they also strip enchantments off you. I think about the only classes that could reliably have energy under them is maybe Paragons and maybe Assassin if you're getting enough critical hits. But even then, it's gonna be rather challenging. Necromancers obviously could also get nice chunks. But I want to try to... I think I'm going to want to take out this group. I think it's going to be hard to not end up fighting them to some capacity, and just taking them out is just going to be better. I should stop standing here. It is a terrible location. Yep, Daedalon got wrecked. Get out of here, Duster. Gimme. Okay, we're overall doing okay. I'm probably not getting blinding flashed. Okay, Willem. There we go. The victory was mine. Not too bad in the end. Don't know where all the morale came from. Kill 5 bosses. Yeah, we did. Started working only night shifts from this month. I'm glad you like it. I did a big schedule reset 2 weeks ago-ish. 2-3 weeks ago. And I did not personally like being up at night and going to bed when the sun came up. But everybody's a little bit different, so I'm glad it is something that is working out for you. What did I get? Minor fire magic. I don't know if those are worth anything. I will have to check those. Is it 7? Uh-huh. Sure. True sale value. Excellent. Yep. Yeah, and I imagine night shift, depending upon why you have night shift, like if it's to coordinate with people in a different time zone, that would probably not be the case, but it might be really like a good time for like being lower activity, I guess. I don't know what the exact word I'm looking for there, but less going on, which can be nice for sure. Yeah, that's right. I made those Ebon Destroyer daggers. I do need a dagger suffix for them. Yeah. Probably 3 8-hour shifts if I had to guess. You definitely need that for customer support. I have people that I know who need to worry about being on call, so that way they can provide customer support. I'll drop these off. Armor is this way. I do not think I'm taking the most straightforward route. Gotcha. Yeah, here's Angel. Okay. Minor fire does have some value. I imagine it's more than virtuosos. Yeah, virtuosos isn't worth anything. Odorous. I kind of want to do this guy's quest just that way I don't have to click through this every time, but... What is this quest? Yeah, I need to take a box to Captain Greywind. Yeah, I will take this Ascalonian settlement because I would prefer not to have to deal with stuff. Yeah, the people I know work for Microsoft, so they have to be able to be on for random client calls. They cycle who's on call, as I understand. But can definitely lead to poor sleep. Oh yeah, royal gifts. Well done. I don't think I want to open the royal gifts on this character. Okay. Yeah, this one. The reason why is because they will often contain things like Kryta brandy and the like, and I'd rather not be clogging up my inventory with those. Which is the best place to go to get to? You know, let's go from Bergen Hot Springs to get the Ascalonian settlement. Yeah, and I had an idea. I'm okay with dropping that down a little bit. Yeah, something like this. Right, that would be there. Okay, because then what I'd want to do... I like Lotus Strike for the energy management. We'll try this. We'll see. The energy is probably going to be kind of rough. Excuse me, but I want to experiment with this. Caseta Signet works really nicely with... Actually, how much do I want the self-healing versus do I want Signet of Malice? The Signet of Malice would let me get... Let's see, this should theoretically be able to heal for like 100 HP. Not bad. This will let me lose 3 conditions. I have an RC. Neither is super useful. I could, instead of Caseta Signet, I could run Signet of Infection, which synergizes nicely with Jagged Strike. But I don't really want to be getting disease on me, so it feels a little bit suboptimal, shall we say. Toxic Shock wouldn't be bad, but I don't have a great way to make use of it. Obviously, if I wasn't running Drunken Master, it would be kind of nice to be able to run in a 3rd Signet just for some additional power to Symbolic Strike. I'm not sure that plus 24 is entirely worth it. I'll give this a try and see how it feels, but I kind of suspect I'm not going to like it very much because it feels like I'm having to compromise in too many different ways just try to fit these signets on. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, I could follow. What the heck is going on over here? Have you forgotten what the White Mantle have done for the people of Kryta? Have we not brought peace and prosperity? And lawlessness is how you repay us? Regrettably for you, you leave me no choice. Attacking a White Mantle soldier is the same as attacking the Confessor himself. Yes, strike down the traitor. Kill the blasphemer. And you ungrateful miscreants, harboring traitors. You're just as guilty as this despicable villain. What? Burn him! Burn the village! Cleanse wickedness with fire! No! There goes Farmer Milton. Your reign of terror ends today, Torimo. Well, well, well. I knew the smell of burning peasants would bring you out of the shadows. You've gotten far too predictable for your own good. Captain, kill the traitors for me. They are not worth my energy. One of those little encounters. Hi, Joseph. You expect thanks from me? Ha! The unseen ones protect me. Me! Not a bunch of traitors, heathens. Don't think I won't report you to the authorities the first chance I get. Well, that's exactly what I expected, to be quite frankly. I wish the warrior had an interesting elite no attribute signet. Does warrior even have an elite signet? I don't think they do. Anyway. Kennel Smythe. This would actually work kind of nicely with Temple Strike. The energy is not great, but... Or your Falcon didn't make it, but that's... to be expected when you're not giving him time. There's a lot of these like incidental little things that are kind of neat. Where'd poor Sageman end up? You know, it would have been really cool if there had just been some like adrenal attacks that counted as melee attacks, just like counted as lead attacks, just like some random stuff in Warrior, for example, would have been kind of cool. Yeah, why are you stuck over there, Koro? I mean, I don't really need her here, but I think she was stuck on some like plants or something. Botany? That sounds weird. Because that's not the term you'd use. Some flora. She's stuck on some flora. There we go. Well, I appreciate the White Mantle taking care of those random bits of wildlife for me. Wow. Just getting everything interrupted. Like 29 damage from that. Like I really would need reliable ways of getting some more conditions on. And this is not super reliable, unfortunately. Yeah, I just did the 81. I'm not sure how I did 81. Okay. Continuing on towards North Kryta Province, which is where the Ascalonian settlement that I want to take these supplies is located. I know they're a little overdue, but... games that I've really enjoyed on the Switch are... And I haven't played a ton. Dark Souls is on the Switch. So if you haven't played it, that is a place you could play it. I've really enjoyed the Dragon Quest Builders games, 1 and 2. I enjoyed Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey and Smash Ultimate, which are all fairly known. I don't have a ton of games for the Switch. There's more games for the Switch that I'm interested in than I've been able to purchase, unfortunately. So I'm a little bit limited in terms of like ability to recommend stuff in that regard. So but yeah, I did really enjoy Dragon Quest Builders. I would describe the Dragon Quest Builders games as I mean they are in the same sort of genre as Minecraft in terms of building, but they have a little bit more well, I can't necessarily say anything. I haven't played Minecraft as it currently is, so I don't know. But they very much have a like building with purpose sort of thing going on with them, and that's really appealing to me. Dark Souls 1 is on the Switch, yeah. The remaster had a Switch version. I'm not sure how much how it compares to the other remasters that got released or not, but let's see. I don't know, because like there's a bunch of games that I've played that are also on PC that I think have Switch versions. Yeah, he has Reversing the Scale. Okay, so that clears that quest up, which is why I went to talk to him. Let's just go to TOA, and I'll leave from here. Let's see, what other games have I enjoyed on the Switch? Hey, Fear. Good to see you. I don't know. Put over here. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity I really enjoyed. And Hyrule Warriors Complete Collection, or whatever they called it, is also available. And that's one that I've been interested in. The Dragon Quest Builders games. There is a demo for Dragon Quest Builders. Yeah, Mario Odyssey. Oh yeah, Sonic Mania's on it as well. I don't have a ton of games on my Switch. So yeah, I think Dark Souls, the whole trilogy are games that I've quite enjoyed. They're not going to be everyone's cup of tea, as it were. But I've come to really, really like them. They are challenging games, but that challenge is in the service of providing you a sense of accomplishment. And a lot of them is about learning the systems and learning how to play them. So if you kind of go in with the mindset of like trial and error and learning how to do well and stuff, I think they're a really good experience. All right, that clears that out. Okay, I don't think I want to keep trying to run this particular bar. It's a neat idea, but I don't think I'm getting enough out of Symbolic Strike to really be worth it. Like, if you consider I was getting 24 damage and dodge this is 4 adrenaline for plus 20, it's just not really that great. How have you been doing, Fear? I apparently have some weird hiccups. What do I want to do here? I could do a steady stance. A bit of steady stance nonsense. That could be fun. That's good to hear. I'm glad you've been doing well. The problem with steady stance is it's incompatible with Drunken Master, which is slightly unappealing. But I could do steady stance Drunken Blow off of 11 tactics. What would that look like? Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Plus 32 damage, and the steady stance is 2 strikes of adrenaline and 5 energy. So I'd basically be using this to get 2 strikes of adrenaline. What would I be doing with that adrenaline? Powering what? Fear Me? And dodge this maybe? Let's just part this out and see what this looks like. So Fear Me increases. It's like a 1-2 punch. I could slot and dodge this, or whirlwind attack maybe. Whirlwind attack is decent. Slot an Imlad. I kind of like dodge this. I kind of like... Low blow would be good if I had knockdown stuff going on. Ear Bite's not bad. It's 70 damage for... 70 piercing damage, though, for 4 adrenaline. More adrenaline here for Brawling Headbutt. I'm not sure this is worth. It's an interesting concept, but... Let's see. Deep wound, weakness, bleeding, or crippled. Make a long story short. Ooh, you broke your ankle joint or your outer ligament while climbing. Yeah, that sounds really frustrating. Let's not do steady stance nonsense. Yeah, that definitely sounds really frustrating. I could bring None Shall Pass. That's tricksy to work with. Yeah, I hope you have a good recovery as well. Eh. Yeah, huh. I think... Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't give you much to do, does it? Hmm. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do for skills. I think I'm going to slot in... I've been liking Lotus Strike as just a way of helping manage my energy. I don't feel like Whirlwind Attack is that critical. Dodge This has been a nice way of like just adding some additional damage in. Where's my Dwarven? There it is. I can literally go with whatever for my secondary here. I can slot on Skullcrack. I'm going to slot on Skullcrack. Okay, so I get 2 more heroes. I feel like I already am kind of like partial on the healing, so I kind of want another character that kind of is like... Actually, let's grab Ogden. I think Ogden's on Smite, so I kind of want Smite. Probably change him around a little bit. Lying in bed or on the couch. Not allowed to sit at a desk for extended periods of time. Because it's your right foot, you also can't drive for... Oh, man. Watching streams, Netflix, reading. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things that's going to get pretty blah after a bit. Yeah, I want to run fast from Hada. You have my sympathies. It sounds like a pretty frustrating situation. And yeah, and then 8 protection prayers. Probably good. Put a few points in healing prayers for life. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that's great for a vacation, but it's not where you want your life to be. And a lot of people experienced that with the start of the pandemic too. They were like, "Oh man, I get to have some time off," and then they're like, "Oh no, I have to have some time off." It just kind of kept stretching on and on. And on. I want an Ray of Judgment here. And... Okay, you know what? Never mind. Action prayer. Go into Divine Favor. Hmm. Yeah, that can also be... Like, if you're not being really challenged. Let's see. Takes attack damage. Yeah, we'll roll with that. And, Slot on Signal of Devotion. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Consuming stuff is fun for a while, but after a period of time, you just kind of want to, like, have something to actually do. And, like, not having to do anything sounds really good at times, but wow, that's a lot of reading. Okay, let's go with... Ooh, you know what? Let's go with Scourge Healing. Yeah. Yeah, Scourge Healing. That's a spicy choice. Okay. I don't know how often I'll be able to land Skull Cracks, but... Alari, I don't... You're going to have to deal with those. I didn't want them. I don't tend to read often, but when I do read, I tend to get really engrossed in the book I'm reading. I do have some series I really liked. I've really liked the Verkosgan Saga by Lois McMaster Bejeweled, I think is her name. And I've really liked the Dresden Files by Jim Butcher. Some of the, like, series that I really, really enjoyed. Hello, Andrina Yumi. Welcome. Hopefully I read your name correctly. I kind of enjoy War and Kryta, but everybody's going to have different things that they like, so... That's an interesting spawn location. I actually recently read through Shadow of the Conqueror by Shad Brooks of Shadowversity, and I really enjoyed that book. Mm. Okay. So you need to go there. I hope that becomes a series. Yeah, Skullcracked. I think Skullcrack is better on Assassin or anybody with daggers than it is on the old standard warrior, just because you can build adrenaline a lot faster on Assassin. Hey, Salty Grease. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well.
Be careful.
Thanks, Livia. Also, Shining Blade Necromancer just chilling with us. Yeah, good old Decade Daggers. I'm hoping I'll get Law and Order to drop during this playthrough of Wick, but I have no idea if that's going to happen or not. obviously, based on luck. But I would really like them to drop for other build purposes. Excuse me. Okay, I think I need to go there first. I feel like something required me to go over that way eventually, but... Yeah, okay, I need to get the key from the fountain. Key to the Fountain of Truth by killing Chiron the Berserker in Lonehurst. Yeah, Law and Order is pretty sweet. But they're really good for if you're wanting... I can't show you here because I'm Slash Warrior, but for doing Grunt's Grasp because they're cold enchanting daggers of enchanting. Cold... You know what I mean. They plus 50% damage while enchanted. Enchanting mod. Cold damage. They're really neat skin. But they are fairly pricey as well. I got absolutely curb stomped. Light of Dwayna? That's a bold choice. Yeah. I don't know why I have some neons here. I got okay sleep last night, but maybe a little short. Well, I interrupted Pain, but you can't stop the... or you don't get dazed off of it. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what their value is. Last I was checking, they're around 15 to 20 ecto, but I don't have that much raw ecto lying around. But they may be up or down. Who knows? The market in this game is unpredictable at best. Or can be rather chaotic, I guess is the phrase I'm looking for. That's some bold attributes. Going after magnetic aura there on a... I guess you could do Divine Favor, Smiting Prayers, and Earth Magic. I say as I reposition my limbs. And have that work. This tends to be a pretty long mission, as I recall. I am really enjoying that Ray of Judgment on their spirits. That Ray of Judgment is really good at taking down spirits, so... Because it turns out spirits can burn. Shield of Deflection stopping my skull crack. How rude. Although, Shield of Deflection is a spell that I really like. That unfortunately suffers from being a little bit on the pricey side to actually make effective use of a lot of the time. It's a 10 energy, 10-second recharge spell. Works decently well on Paragon though. just kill you. That would explain a lot. I prefer to make it a habit to not attack through empathy. I'm not always the best at doing that, but... Wow, this is thick with enemies. How much does this remove? 15%? I don't feel like I need it just yet. Oh, we've got some people standing in the poison swamp. I'm like, why is RC going off here? What's poisoning all my dudes? And it's the swamp. The swamp is poisoning my dudes. Which is not really what I want. I'm enjoying getting these skull cracks. I don't have a ton of interrupts on my team, so it makes my interrupts a little bit more useful as well. I have a Cry of Frustration, and that's it, I guess. Technically, I think Rust can serve as an interrupt as well, but only on Signets. Yes. It does do exactly those things. Probably wait for energy to recover slightly. Oh, Oppressor's Daggers are the White Mantle Daggers that you can get after beating... okay, where is the... after beating the Worn Kryta. They're pretty nice daggers. This character specifically has a bit of a theme of longer daggers. So if you look, I have the Daggers of Purity as well. And Shiro's Blades, of course. Yeah, they're somewhat similar words, so I don't blame you. I did get these Destroyer Daggers for Ebon Daggers, though. They're not particularly big. I like this champion being here. He amuses me. Let's call back to the mission. Oppressors often do like to suppress stuff, so there's also that. Vest the Disputant. Cool, got the key off of the Karn. No sympathetic visage That's an odd question. Do I want to try to take down this group as well? It's fairly small and would give me some additional morale, which seems like it might be worthwhile. So to suppress something is to basically try to force it. Wow, that backfired. To be minimized. While oppress is like an authoritarian, like commandeering or enforcement of control. That. I don't know. You associate with like dictators and stuff. I can definitely see those words causing problems for people for whom English is not a first language, though, because they are playing in the same conceptual space of like sort of like keeping something down or decreasing something or whatever, and are very similar looking as a result. Pressing is more in relation to people and suppression more mechanically. Yeah, that's probably roughly correct. Like when I think of something being oppressive, like oppression can kind of be used in a couple of different ways. The like common way to talk about oppressors and oppression in that sort of sense, as opposed to something being oppressive, which is kind of like overwhelming and kind of putting a damper on things. Like a really good example is to say, like, you could say that to try to use an example for the distinction, that the like Mesmer, like 4 or 5 hero Mesway or whatever people talk about, or like the 7 hero Mesway meta bars in Guild Wars 1 are oppressive in the sense that they like dominate the metagame, and in so doing they suppress other builds. So it's kind of like and that probably didn't help clarify anything. But often when you're talking about like something about oppression as opposed to oppressive, is the distinction I haven't really thought about until now. But like oppression is typically talking about people being like denied rights and not being like being kept down, that sort of thing. So, like, obviously that takes a lot of different forms. But, like, you hear about, like, an oppressive regime where it's, like, asserting its authority in a way that is diminishing the rights of people and things along those lines. Whereas, like, suppression would be like trying to minimize something. So, for example, they might try to suppress information, which is to keep it from getting out there, keep it from being known. Or, like, to suppress is just to, like, attempt to diminish or contain, basically. So you hear about, in psychology, suppressed thoughts or whatever. Suppressed memories. Not to be confused with repressed, which is similar but slightly different. It all gets very confusing. But they all come down to like that idea of like pressure being exerted against something. I suspect, given the way language works. Hopefully that made any sort of sense and didn't just make it more confusing. I need to cannot stand in that. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Enforcer, could you drop Law and Order maybe? I think the Enforcers can drop it. Failure. Failure of the enemy to drop loot that I want. Hello, Scrubwave. Welcome. Yeah, they're really neat daggers. I just wish the drop rate was a bit higher. I wonder what I got here. Let's find out. Superior strength. That's not in any way superior vigor. What's this build I'm using? Are you talking about my build specifically or the team build at large? My build specifically is just dagger spam with Skullcrack. More or less. I have Lotus Strike on for energy management. But otherwise it's a standard dagger spam of Jagged Strike, Fox Fangs, Death Blossom. Lotus Strike for energy management, as I said. I enjoy Dodge this as just like something to do with Adrenaline to add some additional damage in. This could easily be replaced by like Whirlwind Attack, for example. And any number of things. So like this is very much so a flex slot. I enjoy the additional movement speed and attack rate from Drunken Master. Imlad's just good. Prefer Critical Strike. Yeah, it does. But Critical Strike is like, yeah, you kind of want Critical Eye for the additional energy from that. At 13 Critical Strikes, this would generate 12 energy. 14. This is currently giving me 21, but you also have to keep in mind this is 10 energy to use, and Critical Strike is only 5, so this is net 11, and this would be, let's see, 12. So this would be net 7 or 9 with, but you can use it twice often, obviously. The big advantage of Lotus Strike that I like is it means that I can, like, Fox Fangs, the slow point in the combo from Jagged Strike to Death Blossom. So by having another offhand attack in there, it lets me kind of progress through the combo a little bit more expediently, if that makes sense. Like I can slot this in while Fox Fangs is on cooldown, but both the Jagged Strike and Death Blossom have recharged. That's basically what I mean by that. And then Skullcrack is just a fun skill to use on Assassin, because you generate a lot of adrenaline with daggers, and Skullcrack uses... yeah, it fits into the combo nicely. Skullcrack requires a whopping 9 adrenaline, but because you generate that in like 2 combos, you actually build it up pretty quickly. Roughly 2 combos. And that works really, really nicely for actually being able to use the skill. So fairly simple bar. It's not trying to do anything particularly tricky, is what I mean by that. But I've been having fun with it. I also have often run Brawling Headbutt with Falling Spider and Falling Lotus Strikes. That works really well too. But it does require enemies to be able to be knocked down for your energy management. You definitely need, like, this dagger chain uses so much energy that you definitely need some additional stuff to support it, so. You took a liking to the new Shadow Theft from the anniversary. Yeah, I enjoy Shadow Theft at times as well. It's just kind of what you feel like doing. Shadow Theft is really, really good. I will agree with that. Interesting. Disrupting accuracy is not a spot that I would tend to think of Shadow Theft getting used. Let's see, what is this? You know what? I don't really care. I don't feel like trying to carry this around. There is a problem in this game of them having like mission bundles that then are just super awkward to use because on physical attackers. Yeah, it's really nice to get up to the 4 energy from critical strikes. I need to summon a golem. So I do want to eventually use these summoning stones up, so I might as well. Nick gifts are really easy this week too. He just wants booze for some reason. But an utterly random place. Healer's boon, you say? Technically, this bar would probably be a little bit better off without Dodge This taking adrenaline away from Skullcrack, but whatever. What? Oh, I got disarmed or something. Really glad for that RC right about now. My inventory. Okay, let's take a moment to good salvage a few random things. Could it be a highly salvageable holy rod? No? Okay. I might salvage this holy rod anyway, if I feel like I need the inventory space. It's probably going to salvage to iron. So. Oh, they're fighting Gypsy Ettins. I'm like, what's going on over there? I really like that they turned these into explorable zones. I kind of wish ArenaNet could go back and turn all of the Prophecies mission maps into explorable zones. I mean, if I had my druthers... What a weird word, druthers. Where does that come from, anyway? Regardless of where the word druthers comes from, I really would... I wish... This over here. I haven't gotten there yet, but down here is Rin, and I wish they'd made that an outpost. Do this with prepared shots. No, that or with prepared shot. Template code. Shadow theft, penetrating shot, sundering attack, triple shot. Yeah, you're typical. I can see where you'd want more marksmanship and more critical strikes for energy management. But jumping into point blank range with Shadow Theft feels a bit odd. Disrupting accuracy is fun, though. I do like it. I think it works really well, too, if you have Go for the Eyes happening. It's like, what? I need to... whenever your arrow's critical. Yeah, so you specifically do need a bow. But it does work really nicely with Go for the Eyes. Probably a decent amount. Let's see, this is plus 29 at 13, so if you're under Shadow Theft, This is also an additional 1%. So, and then this is 13, so that's 26 plus 29 is 55. And so it's probably going to be like more than that because of the additional critical strikes you'd be getting from a +3 headpiece. So quite a lot. I'm going to go with quite a lot. I don't know what the actual results would be after you get the attributes, but 63% crit chance just from critical strikes and the skills. Yeah, and then you have the base crit chance from like weapon attributes and stuff, which is, last I checked, people found it was rather confusing and convoluted, but yeah. Critical chance is a bit wonky, as I understand it. I do enjoy a good hero strike. Oh, this is gonna be I remember this now. Yeah. Ah, yes. Nothing like linking to Isaiah Cartwright's user talk. Holy moly, that's a giant pile of code. That's something that would be fun to try to read in a format where it's not formatted in horrendous mono-line Twitch chat style. Also, I need to be paying attention because this is getting hairy. We might wipe here on account of so many enemies. Which really does seem like the most appropriate response. It's an Excel formula. Oh, well then Excel formulas just look hideous because they all have to be one line. Okay. Oh, hi. We shall return. By the way. Okay. Now we wipe, I assume. According to Isaiah, it basically comes down to 1% chance per weapon attribute level, assuming the attacker and target are at the same level. In which case, the final crit chance of your build is roughly 70%. Got around the niceness out of it, eh? Oh, you know what? I might be able to pick up a new thing from Zen, now that I'm thinking about it. Thank you, Zen. Yeah, it's interesting, like, looking at some of those formulas and how they kind of... 33% increased attack speed, smash ability, penetrating, stuttering shot. Does it... Is it off of just... Oh my goodness. He has a lot of death penalty. I wish I had a Prot Spirit around here somewhere. Daedalon avoided death penalty through dying via Death Pact Signet. Top secret tech. Yeah, and like it's probably not a bad idea to bring a but is Disrupting Shot just arrows? And I don't think it's attack skills, right? I think it's just your arrows. Yeah, okay. So even your auto attacks interrupt with a crit. Like, if you have a... Sure, yeah, so you can get quicker attacks off of them. Yeah. Oh goodness, we've got a big pile of dudes here too. Okay, well, let's just go over here and drop this. Oh good. It did his job and wrecked a bunch of enemies. Now, maybe I can not aggro half the entire mob in there. Yeah, I love the armor formula. Which is why, like, the properties of it are just so good. Which is why I'm basically using it in my RPG that I'm making. Like, it turns out well-controlled exponential formulas are really, really good for converting differences into multipliers. And that's just, like, so useful. Don't like how much DP we've got. You know what? I have a slime. I'm gonna eat a slime. Okay. I could summon a golem. Okay. I want to keep my guys pinned over here because I want to make sure I don't accidentally drag them forward. As part of being a melee attacker. Block. Yes, Ray of Judgment. Do your thing. Okay, I need to get out of the sandstorm. So give me your money. Okay, good. Got through that group. Nope, no, apparently not all warrior armor gives the inherent plus 20 armor versus physical attacks. Interesting. What doesn't? I know Lieutenant's has like some inherent minus 20 armor. Oh, interesting. I did not know this. That would probably give bone. I don't want to salvage that anyway. The chainmail helm from Prophecy has no inherent bonus whatsoever. Huh. That's interesting. I know Lieutenant's Insignia gives minus 20 armor or something like that because it was only craftable in like Henjivden Ravi or something back before the Insignia system was introduced. So that leads to some quirks. But is why, as far as I understand, that specific insignia works the way it does. Okay, needs to fit in. Well, got another gold armor. I will take that. Okay, that was apparently a group. Yep. I kind of... Okay, so I really like the introduction of the insignia system. I think it was a good idea. But I also liked the effect of the insignias on armors kind of guiding a little bit in terms of what you chose. I think there was something kind of neat about that. I wish what they had kind of settled on when they introduced insignia was not getting rid of inherent... Like, basically have armor crafted with insignia built in. I think that would have been really neat. Like, if you crafted gladiator armor and it just came as radiant armor. I think that would have been... And, like, you could salvage the radiance off or replace them or whatever. But I think it would have been nice to kind of, like, preserve some of the elements of the original system while also opening it up so that way, you know, you don't have to have bloodstained boots all looking the same on every necromancer. Mm-hmm. Just some of that stuff would have been nice, is all I'm saying. I don't know why I skull cracked it when it wasn't even doing anything, but here we are. Yeah, I get you. Because I remember, like, necromancer armor coming red and stuff. If I remember correctly. It has been a hot minute. But while I'm daydreaming about changes to the game, I'd really like a checkbox to let me go back to keeping the elite on the left of your bar instead of the right of your bar. Interesting. Okay, am I down to just one group? This has actually gone surprisingly smoothly, given how ridiculously overwhelmed we were at the start. Yeah, Law and Order would work super well on those Conjure Frost bars that they're running. Well, I killed him with Skullcracker. It was not really my intent, but I'll take it. I wonder if I should have brought Spirit instead of Guardian. Okay, I do need to clear out my inventory here. I'm surprised I didn't need to earlier. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, we can just do that. And then I can pick up this tunic. Yeah. It would have been interesting to receive an update at some point that could have added Assassin and Dervish to Prophecies. Or Assassin, Ritualist, Dervish, and Paragon to Prophecies, and the missing one to the missing, and Paragon and Dervish to Factions. But I have no idea how the training works on that front. Okay, was that all the enemies I needed to take down here? I think it might be. Open the gate to the fountain of truth and kill Eiley the Innocent. A little smithing corner. Huh, some scales. Some scales just sitting there. Oh man, I'd really like a fix to the transparency issues this game has. Yeah, Professions, like, it's weird because Professions, like, have half-developed lore where it's like, oh, here's an association with the gods and stuff, but it's not, like, entirely clear how they, like, come about, and there's lore about skills being developed by people. Like, you have, Ward Against Harm being researched by Elementalist Azir in Pre-Searing Ascalon, and you have the Gwen's story with the guy developing like shared burden and stuff. Where's indicating that like skills can be like researched and stuff, and you have Rada's skills that kind of back this concept up, and all sorts of stuff this way. But it's like unclear how that kind of actually works. Like, it would have been really cool if there was some sort of, or at least, let me back up. It theoretically would have been really cool if there's some sort of mechanic that kind of gave the sense of like developing skills. I'm not sure how that would work, but that would have been kind of neat. A very different system, though, I think. Prices use that so much DP. Not aliens. This Jade Cloak. This Jade Cloak. Especially because a profession determines so many inherent traits. Only warriors can develop strength, and elements can develop energy storage. Every single profession has a hyper-specific body type and even favorite dance. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it has a lot of like world building questions that are super not developed. And like they mechanically work really well, but just like what is the lore of these and how they actually work, and like how does somebody become them in these ways, and it's some interesting questions that don't really have answers. Okay, back to Lion's Arch. Yeah, like why can't elementalists wear Paragon armor or whatever? Again, it's all like very mechanically practical, but kind of ambiguous in terms of what's actually happening. I was really hoping that would give me some more iron, but here we are. Oh, Radiant's not bad. This crude shield. I'm gonna Expert salvage this crude shield. Hey, stealing it. Put it in the pile. But, like, yeah, why can't an elementalist use Paragon armor, for instance? Like, ignoring the rules of the game that prevent it, like... That's just kind of like arbitrary rules that exist in the game to make the game work. Out superior divine favor. I don't think that's going to be worth much. Beyond that raw money value. Somebody needs some kits. That somebody is me. Do I want to turn in Confessor's Orders? I might. Hey, Card Guy Josh. Welcome. Seems like Second Professions means there's some sort of natural selection to it. These characters can technically learn all skills from each profession, but they can't develop all of them. First time here. Well, welcome for your first time here. Yeah, I enjoy streaming this game. A bit. Which is why I do on a regular basis. Let's see. Superior Divine Favor. Okay, none of the monk's superiors are worth anything. I don't know why. Minor Protection is way down. It was at like 4 plat at one point, I think. Maybe it's down. I don't know. It's still really weirdly expensive. Scouts, is Scouts the... No, that's Sentry. So Scouts is the Ranger one, yeah. Okay, so this is worth exactly as little as I thought. Virtuosos wasn't worth anything. And I cannot fathom why Superior Strength would be. Yeah, that's what I thought. Good question. How much is Superior Domination? 10 plat, which is kind of okay. Superior Fast Casting has shot up in value a lot. I don't know why that's up to 3.3. Are people running both Sup Domination and Superior Fast Casting? I definitely have heard about people running Superior or Major Fast Casting with Superior Domination to hit breakpoints. Minor Inspiration, of course, is also worth quite a bit. Prodigies continues to be worth too much. Yeah, there's literally nothing, no other game I've played that plays like Guild Wars 1, so it's 100 gold. This is worth salvaging because I can just slap it on a hero. I mean, okay, already slapped on that hero. Yeah, okay, sure. Now have Radiant Mesmer's Mercenary Pants. It's not as bad if you have Shelter, capping damage across your entire party. But I agree, it does sound kind of rough. And, like, if you can not trigger Shelter, that's good. Yes. Okay, let's just grab... These get turned in groups of 3. I don't know why they made this such an inefficient system, but they did. Yeah, I mean, your armor matters, but if you can keep Shelter up, that's the thing. But armor becomes really useful with that. Much more so than health. Let's see. There's the Intelligence Collector. Okay. World of Malignant. Yes, this is the one in the Temple of Tolerance. This one is quite challenging, as I recall. Zadok gives you royal gifts for 15. Okay, that's not bad. Again, I'm going to put the royal gifts in the bank and open them on a different character because they're often going to give consumables that I want to use on another character for stuff. And it's 25 for a Medal of Honor, and then it's 10 Medal of Honor for the rewards that I'll unlock when I beat this. So not yet. Okay. Are you talking about the, is it Captain Lamar's? Or the Oppressor's Strength Shield? Or maybe you're hoping for some random drop, I don't know. That's a possibility too. Okay, Shinlai, give me my thing. My inventory spaces. Another Medal of Honor for the pile. More of these. I should turn some of these into stuff. I'm not sure what's best there, though. I have way too many common crafting materials floating around. I did clean out. Yes, I did. Okay. I'll need to stick to this armor for this. Just purely from the standpoint that this is the only armor set I have infused right now. Part of what makes this one difficult is there's a lot of patrols leading up to the boss group. I wonder, I'd be better off trying to fit Maelstrom into here. Water Trident's like a nice standard attack. The advantage of Maelstrom is it's got a lot of interrupts. I feel like if I swapped over to it, I would want to drop Water Trident, though. And at that point, energy's starting to become a lot. So would I want Glyph? Or Dual Attune? Because I could drop Glyph of Lesser for Glyph of Energy, which is stronger. Yeah, because lower health means that there's less to heal. It's kind of like the old Aura of the Lich. Let's see. Elemental Attunement is stronger. It was really neat. Yeah, I agree. So Glyph of Energy would this be? Oh yeah, because you could Verada Sacrifice or Blood of the Master more efficiently. I appreciate that the current one exists, and I'd want a skill like what the current Aura of the Lich is, but I do think the old version... for those who don't know, the old version of Aura of the Lich have your maximum HP, but also have the amount of life you'd lose. So it'd make, like, sacrifice skills lose a quarter of the HP that they did previously, if I remember correctly. It was really, really good for empowering life sacrifice. Uh, it was very niche, though. Well, I would agree with that, but primarily not necessarily just off of raw power, because most people will tell you that Bone Fiends are the strongest type of minion, as opposed to the Bone Horrors, whatever, the standard minion that you can make off of Aura of the Lich. The problem is a lot of the Minion Master elites are just not very good. Like if we look at what, and Flesh Golems are decent, but they're not like super exciting. Jagged Bones is really tedious to use, and like Jagged Horrors are just not that exciting. And your only other one is Order of Undeath is an explicit Minion Master Elite, and this one's dubious at best. So there's not really a reason why you'd use this either. It's a lot of health sacrifice for the damage buff. So like yeah, Order of Undeath with full Bone Fiends would be pretty terrifying. So, like, most of the Minion Master elites are just kind of underwhelming, is really what it comes down to. So, like, to me, it doesn't feel like Aura of the Lich is that strong so much. I mean, it is strong, but it's not, like, that strong so much as the other minion-oriented elites are just kind of underpowered. But that's kind of my feel on it. Like, Jagged Bones, this would be so much more exciting if it was 0-second recharge. And therefore, you know, like Death Nova is. And things like that. Yeah, I could see Flesh Golem, like this could be, like, Flesh Golems hit like a truck. But they are melee, and like if they had other things, like, or if they had some sort of effect that meant that they absorbed damage inherently, that was, or like if they had damage absorption built in, kind of like warrior, like Knight's Insignia sort of thing, and like redirected a percentage of damage from nearby minions to themselves, kind of like an AoE life bond from other minions. Something like that would make them more of a minion tank or something could be really good. Or I could see, as you suggested, the increased attack and move speeds would also be really good. But it needs a little bit more. Or there's another really good way of making Flesh Golem better. Drop its recharge a bit and get rid of the you can only have one at a time. Like if this had a 10 or 15 second recharge and didn't cap you at one Flesh Golem, it would be a heck of a lot more exciting. Yeah, exactly. An army of Flesh Golems. Yeah. Suddenly, it becomes a lot better. I don't know if that'd be too good or not, but, like, would it be worth an elite slot? Probably at least worth trying. So it's more a matter of, like, and if, like, Order of Undeath had a movement speed buff in it as well, maybe. But the big thing here is if it just had a set life sacrifice, and if it was more vampiric, like, so basically if Order of Undeath was a vampiric aura or Order of the Vampire for minions, it would be way better. Yeah, exactly. Like, Flesh Golem would be really, really good for low exploitable corpse areas too, if it didn't have the one at a time cap. But you know, there's a lot more room for minions in general. But I mean, it just kind of is what it is. Part of it too is Jagged Bones, for example, would be a lot better if the Jagged Horrors did not count against your minion cap, or if they were like Zerglings, where they counted as like half a supply, as it were. So you could have a larger quantity of them relative to other types of minions, things like that. That'd also be true of bone minions itself. Like if the bone minions you made with this were like half a supply. Yeah, I remember the early days. Like, I remember when Verada Sacrifice was a good skill too, in the early days. So you'd use Verada Sacrifice, and you could have like 30 plus minions around. I have a very old screenshot with a huge swarm of minions around one of my necromancers, but that was from a long, long time ago. Okay, what was I doing here? I was swapping those out so I could put in Maelstrom. And then have better energy management. You know what? I'm just going to go Dual Attune. I don't know how well Dual Attune will work here. The energy on this is really good, but it's very vulnerable to enchantment removal, so. I do like Healing Seed. I feel like Guardian is less important here than Frost Spirit. And I think I'm going to swap out Healing Seed for Vigorous Spirit. Go something like this. This is maybe... No, I think I do want it as well. The RC can only clean up so much and they can't clean up themselves. Yeah, I don't know if removing the minion cap is 100% the way that it could go, but I feel like adjusting the minion caps that way different types of minions didn't count, like more like an RTS supply, where like double or triple the cap, and then like make Bone Fiends cost 3 supply, Bone Horrors cost 2, Bone Minions cost 1, Jagged Minions cost 1. Shambling maybe cost like 3. Like do something kind of like that where you have a control cap more like an RTS. Something like that I think would work a little bit better for minions rather than have them all cost 1 supply, which I think it creates a sort of inherent imbalance in the minions where the minions that are is better the right word? Yeah, the minions that are better, like, don't have any sort of counterbalancing factor. To, like, you need more points because, like, the minion supply is just so meaningful. Basically is what it comes down to. This one can be really rough, though. We'll see how it goes. Like... It's true, but Necromancer kind of is the one that most gets around energy costs because Soul Reaping is absurd energy management. And on top of that, you kind of when you can keep minions around for a while, like that investment is ameliorated by how long they last, as it were. So... I mean, I will agree with you there. I feel like a lot of the primary attributes could use some work. I feel like strength is like, oh yes, this is what primary attributes should look like. In terms of like being versatile but also specific. Like, what does the warrior want to do? Attack you with weapons. What does strength do? It makes attacking with weapons better. I think strength is maybe a little weak, and you could give it a nice buff by having it apply to every attack, not just attack skills. I don't know if that'd be too strong or not. Soul Reaping is definitely too strong. I remember back before it had the cap too. And when it triggered off of spirits. Like for those who maybe don't remember or weren't there or whatever, Soul Reaping used to just, whenever a creature within range died, you got the energy. It did not care how many things died. It would just, you could just get gobs and gobs of energy. But it also, like, before Ritualists existed, the only spirits in the game were nature rituals, and it's not like you're spamming those like crazy. So, what you'd end up having with that is, you know, it didn't matter that Soul Reaping would trigger on them dying. But then when Ritualist came out, it did suddenly mattered a lot. So they eventually added the non-spirit clause to Soul Reaping. Try to balance it a little bit. But Soul Reaping is still, like, crazy. I also don't think energy storage is that amazing of a primary attribute. Fast casting... Strength, you feel, is a bit too passive. A good primary attribute changes the way you make your builds, in your opinion. Like how expertise allows for touchers, or how Soul Reaping allows for high sustained healers. Yeah, I agree. I have two problems with fast casting. And I don't think they should have changed it. I don't like the fact that they made it ignore non-mesmer skills with an activation time less than 2 seconds. And I don't like that they added the PvE decreased recharge for your mesmer spells. Those two things, I think, I don't like those. I would want them to affect all spells again, or all spells and signets, and whatnot. I wish Divine Favor affected all spells that you use that target an ally, instead of just monk spells. Energy storage, I actually kind of would prefer this to also come with pips of energy regeneration at certain breakpoints. I feel like it'd be like 8 and 16 maybe, or something. But I don't like the design of elementalists at a conceptual level. Bonding power just is anemic. But Ritualist has too many ideas in it anyway. Ritualist as a profession is just super overstuffed in a way that kind of leaves it diluted. You have double healing when using non-monk skills that don't heal. So, like, if you Windborne Speed, it would heal for double the normal amount. Like, even if it just applied Divine Favor to any skill you use that targets an ally, that in my opinion would be a lot more interesting for Divine Favor. So, like, you cast Splinter Weapon on somebody and they get the Divine Favor healing. I generally, I'm not going to say 100% of the time, but I generally dislike anytime the game calls out in skills or in like, to some extent, primary attributes or skills. They're passive skills, but I dislike it when they call out specific attribute lines to an extent. And I really dislike when they call out specific professions. So, like, there's a couple of the assassin skills that are like, your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds or whatever, and I really dislike those. It feels like such a band-aid in the design, and very contrary to the sort of the design philosophy of the game as a whole. And I don't necessarily mind, like, every instance of that sort of thing. For example, Smiter's Boon. I'm okay with it being like, hey, this calls out Smiting Prayers as a thing that specifically is benefiting or whatever, but okay. Priest, maybe stop. Okay, well, that was off of Hexy Resistance, so that was suboptimal. Yeah, I understand why they did it. I kind of wish they had split those skills for PvE and PvP, though. I feel like a bunch of the Assassin ones were done so that way Mesmers couldn't abuse them in PvE. And it just makes them really awkward to use in PvP. Yeah, I agree. Backbreaker, if they thought that Backbreaker was too strong doing what it does, I think they should have just reworked it rather than adding the strength clause. Because, like, right now, as it is, it's, like, marginally more useful, or marginally useful on, yeah. And that's what a lot of it comes down to, is I wish they'd only done the changes in PvP. But, like, examples that I was talking about, Shroud of Silence is just a bad skill. But Mark of Insecurity, all of your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds. I hate that line so much. It is fundamentally against the spirit of the game, in my opinion. And the same thing is going on in Hidden Caltrops. And I think the only reason why those happened were... And, like, I basically never use these skills because I like to use multiple professions, right? And I think the reason why these were changed to have that your non-assassin skills are disabled were because Mesmers were using them to good effect. Or probably, is my guess. Or maybe they didn't like them being used on warriors or something. I don't know. But I strongly dislike those clauses. It ruins those skills for me. And, like, Backbreaker having the strength clause of, like, I understand, but also maybe this should have only been a PvP change, as you said. And I feel that way about a lot of those changes. Like, maybe this could have been only a PvP change. Okay, this guy's going to be super durable. Did you know the days from Skullcrack last for 10 seconds? Okay, there is a healer around here somewhere, and I would like them to stop. I want to read chat, but also I'm a little preoccupied with trying to survive the enemies here. That's gonna suck. And Caltrops was broken because it allowed for a permanent snare at 0 investment back in the day. Ah, I see. What do I think about the strength attribute? I like the concept of it. I do think it's a bit weak. And I'm not quite sure what the best approach to addressing that would be. And I can agree with what Dead on Stick is saying in that it's very passive in that it doesn't, like... It just kind of makes the thing that you want to do with a warrior anyway better. It doesn't, like, encourage building specific ways. So, like, something where if it was, like, your attacks gain 1% armor penetration for each point of strength, and for each point of strength you have, or, like, for every 2 points of strength you have a percent chance to, like, do something, like inflict a knockdown or something. Yeah, it's a very meh attribute. I think that there are a lot of really... Like, I agree with you. There's a lot of really neat skills in strength. It does... Yeah, or something. Like, it needs a little bit more... A little bit more spice. It does have a lot of really cool skills in it. I do find myself a little frustrated by how many skills are in strength that I would kind of like to be in tactics so I could use them on secondaries. But I don't know. Like, the thing is, Warrior has the most increased attack speed skills, but it also has kind of, like, all of them have different drawbacks. Because, like, you look at Dervish, and Dervish has, if you ignore Onslaught, it has, which is an elite, which is the reason why you'd ignore it. It has 2 in Mysticism, right? It has Pious Fury and Heart of Fury that are both 25%. Warrior has permanent IAS. It has Flurry and Frenzy. Those are both permanent. But I agree fundamentally. Like, Warrior's permanent increased attack speed skills are not great. And 7 weapon stance is a permanent 33% increased attack speed. But like the other thing too is a lot of the increased attack speed skills. I'm not sure what NRA stands for in this case, by the way. For ranger increased attack speed. Never rampage alone. Got there. Yeah, they do cost a skill slot. But all of them are 25% increases. Warrior generally gets 33% increases on its attack speeds, but they all have drawbacks. Frenzy doing double damage, Flurry decreasing the damage you deal. Let's see. I'm going to want to pin and flag here. Not going to trigger. Flail snares you. Yeah. Warrior definitely feels that. I don't like Livia being killed. Okay, this abbot needs to go down. Hey, interrupted spirit bond. That's pretty spicy. Not helpful that these enemies have so many reses. I'm gonna cancel this flag. Let's see. This is the weakness. Is outclassed with his own weapons by both assassins and rangers. Is blatantly unable to use non-adrenaline weapons to great effect outside of warrior's endurance. I mean, that's basically daggers, but running Earthshaker, Warrior, and PV is fun. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. Stone Fist is great. Yeah, it would definitely be nice if Warrior was more capable of using other weapons. But I mean, technically because of strength, Warrior does deal more damage with other weapons. It's just like bow is very expensive. In energy cost because it's balanced around expertise existing, which is a bit silly, but and like this is what it kind of comes down to is like you either have a primary attribute that your class is built around, your profession is built around, like expertise, for example, or you have a primary attribute that's just kind of like nice to have, I guess technically, like energy storage or strength or the ritualist one, spawning power. And like part of the it's super meh. Part of the issue that you run into, man, I don't know why this boss fight's so difficult. I might need to zone out and come back in with a modified team as well. But part of what you run into as well is like strength doesn't have very many adrenaline attacks. And if strength had more adrenaline melee attacks or like weapon attacks in general or things like dodge this that are a buff to your next attack, stuff like that, that are based on adrenaline, it would be a lot better at using weapons in general. And so there's some amount of like skill involvement there. Yeah, the use cases for energy storage are basically the mind spells and ether spells, like anything that cares about your maximum energy, which is like maybe 5 or 6 skills. What if strength gave scaling energy based on adrenaline used? I mean, that would be one way of doing it, of like whenever you spend adrenaline, you get energy. That starts to enter into the territory of leadership as it currently exists, but like, but do you really want strength to be an energy management thing? Is another question. I mean, granted, I would change leadership entirely. I don't think leadership is designed well, but that's another matter. Okay, well, we've cleared out basically everything with this guy, so that's a good start. I agree, and I don't know that it should just be... Because, like, Warrior's Endurance only allows Warrior to use... and, like, maybe Strength should have an Expertise effect only on attack skills. Or, like, only on weapon skills. I don't know. Like, that would be kind of a way of trying to address that. Yeah, this is where we get into one of the complicating factors of this. This one, there's a bunch of patrols that run in. Okay, I'm gonna eat another jelly here. Maybe I regret that, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's really a matter of, or like, you could have some sort of inbuilt zealous effect as an alternative idea. Oh, great. Another aggro here. Okay, I have way too freaking many hexes on me. You are a jerk and deserve to be treated as a jerk. There we go. Okay, another group is incoming. I'm not thrilled about that. Yeah, I'm getting focused on combat here. Malaise, eh? Stop this jade armor from tormenting my backline for a moment. I don't know where they get off dropping Mersat garments, but it's definitely an interesting idea. Armor penetration kind of functionally works that way as well, but like if it was applied to everything. I mean, the big thing is that Warrior just cannot use any weapon. Like, Warrior can use daggers with Warrior's Endurance. It can use Scythe reasonably well because of Radiant Scythe, allowing a workaround for energy issues. And it can't really use bow. Spear works decently well, but spears are kind of weak in and of themselves. The nice thing about Spear on Warrior is it's an adrenaline weapon. Primarily, so you get that like ease of use from an adrenaline weapon, but it also has the benefit of working really well with flail. After using X, -1 per level of strength, adrenaline, the next mana-based skill has no cost. Then that thematically fit, allowing you to ignore your resources due to pure strength. That might be hard to track. Is the main issue I have with that. But something like that could work. Yeah, like more generic melee attacks under strength would go a long way to helping. And like more adrenaline based ones Like if there was, if Auspicious Blow was a strength skill instead of a hammer attack too, like something like that could help a lot. But yeah, like I already think it works decently well with scythes, just because scythes have a bunch of adrenaline attacks. The biggest issue that you run into trying to do stuff with scythes on a warrior is so many of them are teardown, and that's where you run into problems because you can't manage the energy for a bunch of the teardown stuff. But like you can still use Radiant Scythe and Chilling Victory and a couple of others pretty well. But it's really that like warrior, both strength and tactics have almost no adrenaline based attacks. They're almost all energy. And so if there were some that were energy based, it would give you some more options. There's another problem with like sword as well. A sword has a bunch of energy based attacks. Sword has other issues, I think, as well. I think swords are the weakest of the warrior weapons, but I know people like 100 Blades for some circumstances. I'm just going to wait in here a little bit to see if any more groups are going to run in and try to attack me. Yep. See, here comes another group. Right there. I don't want to be attacked in the back while I'm trying to defeat the boss, because that would be bad. Okay, somebody has... That looks like a res maybe? Yeah, sword just doesn't have much. It's really frustrating, because swords are so cool, but then what do they have going for them? Like, they have 100 Blades, and maybe Dragon Slash with For Great Justice is really cool, but otherwise, what are you doing with a sword? Yeah, it has Dead on 6 Head. Like, Dragon Slash with increased adrenaline gains. Good times. You could actually make an interesting team using Dragon Slash with Infuriating Heat. Is that it? I don't know. The Expertise Nature Ritual that doubles adrenaline. Yeah. That'd be good times. I might have to try that team comp at some point. But, you know, it's just one of those things where sword kind of doesn't have as much going for it as you'd think. Part of what's going on is it has all of these janky energy filler skills, and I think sword got the most. Like, did it get the most? I don't know. Like Galrath Slash, like it has a lot of really uninteresting, just like this is damage sort of things. Bleeding is super weak and doesn't affect like feels like half the enemies in the game. I don't know. I feel like Axe is pretty. Like Axe feels like one of the. Axe and Hammer both feel really strong. I mean, getting more adrenaline from strength would be good as well. I am trying to be very patient here. I've had so many deaths in this spot just from these random groups that come up on the sides. I don't know if I should just run around the side and try to clear them out or not. Or if there's spawn-ins or what. I mean, another option would be for strength to give you energy whenever you hit with an attack. kind of like some sort of zealous thing, but you're generally missing Guild Wars is clear aggro management. You have this warrior with a fast armor and a shield, but you can't play a classic tank. Yeah, there is no way to manage aggro in this. Not really any good way of managing aggro in this game. And you're absolutely right. Like that is a big challenge from the PvE standpoint in particular. Like the warrior's durability doesn't gain you much, is what it kind of comes down to. Because most durability in this game is a byproduct of skills, not stats. We can get right down to it. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, heck, 55 can become quite invulnerable as well on just about anything. And there's a lot of the assassin tanks that become very durable. Yeah. Well, and that happened at one point in time as well. And like bonds would become a lot more useful though. But like the gear trick, I don't know if y'all remember this or not. I myself didn't really participate with it, but I certainly heard about it. There's a whole webcomic named that. But where it used to be when you held a bundle item, all enemies would aggro on you. And so that was used in Sorrow's Furnace, where you'd carry a master gear and all enemies would aggro on you. And so, like, you could just put bonds and barriers on the person holding the gear, and they could tank everything and basically absorb all the damage. I think I feel safe now to attack this group. We do need to go after this dervish boss, though. Yep, you do that. Oh man, there's a meteor shower that got off in there somewhere for some reason. Oh. I have no idea who got vengeance, but let's see. What were you saying here? Also, PvE and GW used to be designed to simulate PvP, which is why they walk around in balanced parties and use player skills. And their AI prioritizes attacking lower armored, more damaged characters, and slightly overboard in Nightfall, fully in Eye of the North. Yeah, after PvE. Yeah, for sure. There's a huge lack of consistency between the two that got introduced over time. I don't necessarily mind that because the two formats have different balance needs, but part of it too is they just realized that a lot of their audience was only interested in one format and not the other, particularly like the PvE. The number of people interested only in PvE is quite large. These are the Decade Daggers High Noon from the anniversary event. You can only get them in April at that time. I quite like them as well. Soldier stance. Well, that just makes you a jerk. This is such a slow one. You really have to make sure you're staying on top of the ads that spawn, or it becomes a miserable fight. You can, if you position yourself well, and it just drops in more dudes, because of course it does. I think they spawn at specific health thresholds, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. Let's see here. How close am I to the end of the thing? I don't remember offhand. You know how to fix strength. For every rank of strength, you're allowed to have an additional stance active. All stacking limits are removed for stances, and every time you use an attack skill, you gain the benefits of a random stance per rank. That sounds chaotic. Sure, or random. Yep, now 3 Mersat have been eliminated. Yes. Let's see. Do I need to... Hang on. There's a quest for this. I think we might need to reload. I mean, in the end, it's all experimenting to kind of figure out what sort of environment you're making. The sort of environment we have right now makes warriors feel like they're relatively weak. The sort of environment... Yeah, here comes Dynas. Sort of environment we want is one where the professions are a bit more equal in terms of usefulness. And where there's a greater sense of viability for various things, right? So... Like, when we look at warrior, I do think warriors have a lot more, like, capability to do things than they're given credit for. But I feel like there's a lot more that could be done to make them kind of work better. And part of that would be giving them more, like, melee adrenaline attacks. Or even just more adrenaline attacks in general that could be used with, like, bows and stuff, too. Just general attack skills. On the topic of cool fictional warrior things, you would have liked to have more shield-based attacks and strength or tactics. Shield bash or shield throw kind of things that work with sword, axe, or even spear. Yeah, I mean, you have shield bash itself, the block skill that knocks down and disables an attack skill. But yeah, they could have done more to do stuff with shields as well. I'll agree with that. Remaining Mersat are panicking. Let's do this. I hoped. Hey, there's a steel ingot. Seems fine. Let's just ID stuff here. In fact, most of the rest of this is salvaged to wood. I've played through the story before, so. Yeah, it's true. Survivors. I'm making Survivors armor on this character. Did I? Okay, that's already kitted out with Survivors. I do need one more piece of Survivors, so guess I'll go ahead and salvage that out and hang on to it here. But I can eventually afford gloves. Okay. Heh. Does Stone Fist Insignia affect Dragon Stomp and Earthquake? White Mantle of Master Army, Bring to March. Yes. Okay. Mustering a response. I'm going to want to swap out somebody here for Hada. Okay, so it looks like we need to... Okay, we will need to do some fighting. Lag incoming, probably. Zone is surprisingly laggy. I'm not going to need to do major fighting. Let's just kick Daedalon for Hada. Because I want the person at the bottom of the party to swap out. Whoops, I hit that button. That's interesting. I wonder why it doesn't affect Drunken and Desperation Blow, but it does affect Grapple. That feels like the sort of thing that was probably a programming oversight. Just quickly scanning to make sure everything has a value before I sell it. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Hopefully I moved far enough away from the microphone that didn't blast y'all with sneezing noises. Interesting. Yeah, that's fair. Or reasonable or whatever word I want. Yeah, I get you. Oh man, these scales are nasty. If anybody's wondering, by the way, I've decided that going this way is a more efficient way to get to where we're going. Now, this is... hello, Dream Parts. This is War in Kryta in normal mode. I have not done Winds of Change in hard mode. I want to at some point in time, but probably on a different character. Probably my most completionist character, my male dervish. But that's not anything I'm looking to do imminently. Get out of here, plant. Hello, Aries with Love. These are the Decade Daggers High Noon. They are obtained from the anniversary event in April for 5 proofs of whatever they call them. Triumph, probably? But you complete missions in different world regions to get them. So you can get them each year, but only during the anniversary event. So you're going to have to, unfortunately, wait until next year to be able to get your own pair if you want them. They are Zealous 42 daggers, but they have the unusual mod of dealing 20% additional damage during festival events. So that may or may not be appealing to you depending upon what you're doing. If I get Law and Order, I'm going to want to use it on this character. But if I somehow get a second one, then I'd be open to selling them. I'm getting wrecked by price of failure, making me miss my bills. Hey, thank you, card guy Josh, for the follow. I appreciate it. So, the thing that I like about this route is... Ooh, respect to crest. I bet you that salvages in scales. That's what I need to stack up. I need to build up scales. I remember now. But this path requires you to go from here to here, and then here to here, and then it's like right over here to get to their camp, rather than running all the way through all of this. And I feel like it's an easier path. You know, your mileage may vary. Only comes with 6 people, so that might be a downside. All right. There's not usually much fighting over here anyway, so... I guess enchanting would be the ideal mod for these Ebon daggers. Yeah. It definitely is if you have any fighting that you need to do. Nope, I'm doing the content itself. Though right now I need to go to the Dakota camp in Talmark Wilderness. I would like to get a copy of Law and Order, so I might try to figure out a good way of farming them at some point. But that is not my current objective. Hey, what do you know? I got 3 scales from that. Okay, Bartholos. Well met, friends. Yes. Mustering a response. Ah, they might have caught someone unawares, but this is exactly what he was hoping for. Okay, whatever. Take the secret river passage to Vinny Coast and order Olivia to bring the Asurian weapon to Lion's Arch. This does mean that I have to kind of go up this way. You know what? I'm going to go back this way and go through there, because I feel like it. I don't know what the drop chance on Law and Order is. Pretty low, though. I feel like there's way more cool dagger skins than some of the other weapons, just because they can turn swords into daggers. So they've done that a bunch, like with these fiery gladiuses. Or the regular Gladius for Ilari's double blades. Pretty neat. Is it Orochis or Orokus? I don't remember offhand. But the Slicers is another one. That's really cool. The double Jite for the Daggers of Purity. Like, it's a neat hack, as it were, to be able to just turn swords into daggers like that. Probably going to find myself fighting way too many Forest Minotaurs. Forest Minotaurs are really annoying because of Wary Stance, which is super good against assassins. Oh good, you used Flurry. So I used Flurry, that means they aren't Wary Stancing. Let's just ignore them, please. I don't know that we'll be finishing this today, but I might give a good try of it. Oh, man. Tier 3. I see that dead on stick. Thank you. That's very appreciated. Now, if only I had emotes up at those tiers. I have some ideas for one of them. So I have a Discord, like a lot of people do. And I post when the stream goes live there. And I always say in it that the link is pinned. Because it is. It's pinned in there. Pinned twice, in fact, if I recall correctly. Here, I'll just link the Discord. So, some sort of pun on that with Link from Legend of Zelda being pinned. I have an idea for what it might look like. But I haven't gotten around to trying to actually put something together yet. Turns out coming up with ideas for emotes is challenging. I feel like they work best if you have some sort of, like, channel memes. I don't feel like I really have any. I like my base emote of the wave. Of, Center here. Weaving. Oh, man. Now, if only I had anything for you to do with those, too. I feel like there's a lot of interesting potential concepts. Indeed. I feel like there's a lot of potentially interesting concepts, but I don't necessarily want message stuff to, like, make the stream worse, if that makes sense. And it's also really hard to figure out, like, doing things with them. Like, what I want is I want Twitch to have at the back end the ability, and I don't know if they have added this. I don't think they had it. But the ability to... okay, I do not need to stand here. Specify things to be display only on with specific categories, so which is a game. So, like, if I could have it be, oh, if I'm playing Guild Wars, as I currently am, then here's some things that are available. But if I'm playing some other game, those don't show up. That would be really nice. And I don't... Last I knew, they didn't have a way of doing that. But that would be very useful. Yes, they must survive the journey to North Kryta province. This is why I have Kryta here to speed us up. I could actually... It might be worth... I know, right? I don't know if I can modify that to position things better. There's a lot of that back-end stuff that I'm just really, really bad at examining and looking at and whatnot, and I should probably spend some time examining it more to add more value to some of that stuff, but I haven't. It's an area that I'm kind of just bad at. Some of that angle. But I need to kind of poke around to see if there's more that I can do with some of that. Or at least I feel like I should examine it more. Who fell behind? Oh, Serenia, okay. Well, my water Ellie is getting sacrificed on the altar of casting enchantments. I would be very hesitant to do any sort of toolbox-like plugin or anything. I mean, part of it, too, is, like, if it was easier to kind of be like, hey, I am in the mood for this type of thing, and, like, I don't know, there's some back-end stuff for activating and deactivating them, but, because I could set up, like, oh, give me template codes. Like, challenge me to use this template code on a hero. It'd be for heroes, not for my player character necessarily. But, you know, that sort of thing would be potentially interesting. But it's like, does it fit into stuff? Or, like, roll a challenge with this or whatever. Things like that could be interesting to do, but waiting for these guys to connect. I don't know. I don't know. Like, the thing is just like, what can I add to it that would be interesting to do that doesn't feel like either something I would want to just do in general, or something that because like I don't want to necessarily limit interactions with y'all based upon having channel points, and like hydrate is something that I try to do anyway, rather aggressively. So it's like hydrate's a standard one, but it's like that, like there's not a whole lot I can do posturally. So it's like posture check is a common one that I see, but it's like So I don't know. It's just tricky to try to figure out things that feel like they would be interesting, that would add something to the stream, be a positive experience instead of like one that maybe makes the stream a little bit worse. While at the same time, I don't know, like kind of working with everything, and I don't know, it's just really, really difficult to figure out what to do with channel points. I feel like, because a lot of the time it feels like, oh, this is something that I'd want to have. Like, I don't necessarily want to lock certain types of interactions behind them. I can see doing that if the channel got big enough where it needs to function as a filtering mechanism. Exactly, and that's the problem. So, like, things like highlighting messages, unlocking emotes, and things like that become better if the stream is bigger and has more emotes, and if I've somehow, like, gotten all sorts of stuff together. But it's like, I'm not at that point. So that naturally sort of makes points a bit extraneous. And, like, that's not necessarily, like, that's not how I want them to be, but I just trying to figure out something that isn't, like, a giant pain in the rear end on the stream, but is, like, a net benefit to the stream, and all of that is really difficult to figure out. And I just haven't been able to at this point. And it's, like, the thing, too, is, like, how much brain power do I want to put towards trying to figure out things for the stream versus, say, working on my game, for example. And I'd much rather focus on, like, working on games or writing my RPG or working on an article or whatever than trying to figure out exactly what specific sort of thing I could do with channel points that would be interesting. And it's just a matter of, like, where priorities are. So I feel like basically the summary of it is I feel like channel points are a tool for big channels to be able to manage engagement better rather than a tool for smaller channels. And this is why I think Twitch added the thing where you can sometimes boost the visibility of streams you like with channel points. Apparently she won't automatically use those if she's on. That's interesting. And, like, that's, I think, a really good idea, but it's just then not prevalent enough of a thing that people get access to, like, matter much. So I don't know. I'm not gonna want Haida here. I'm gonna want Daylon back. This is actually an area where a full-on minion master is probably a good idea. Yeah. It feels like it adds a bunch of like extra stuff. Big streams are just hard to participate in anyways, just because there's too many people in chat and they like I want my channel to be bigger than it is, but I don't want my channel, like, bluntly, I don't want my channel so big that it becomes almost impossible to interact with chat, and it just becomes a big stream of emotes scrolling up the screen. Like, that to me is not an interesting place to be. Okay. We will be doing Battle for Lion's Arch. Hey, Bartholos. Okay, yeah, he will initiate it. But I want to go deposit stuff first. 240 points an hour of watching. That's a lot of points. Ooh, seed. Give me them plant fibers. It's like, I would like to be able to do more with the stuff, but it's like, I can't necessarily. I don't know. Tricky proposition. But again, I think it's to like try to improve some of the... Yeah, no, for sure. I get you. Interesting. I think there's other things that improve gain as well, though. Like the 50 points you get every so often while watching a stream that you have to actively click on, which is a way of Twitch trying to increase active participation, which I have kind of mixed feelings about. How do I want to do this? So what I'm thinking about right now is how I want to change characters around to get a minion master in here. I'm not sure if I want to boot Livia or keep Livia. I could go to a BIP MM with Dark Bond to make them more durable, but I almost kind of want 2 minion masters. And that's the case, I have to kick someone. I think actually probably Parias. In favor of Olias. I think he's my MM. Yeah, he is. Yeah, BIP is really good and important. Okay, I actually kind of like this bar as I'm seeing it. Yeah, because I like the Gift of Health. Additional healing. Do I have enough hexes? Yes, I have... Yeah, water means that I have enough hexes and I'm spreading around bleeding. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so like something like change a hero build, force a hero into out of the party. That sort of stuff could be interesting for channel points. I'm not sure what value to put them in, but I don't necessarily want them that sort of thing all the time. So it's like, how do I like sub stuff in when I want it, but not like when I don't, sort of thing. Okay, so I kind of... Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. This is useful. Blood Bond is a good idea. And I kind of like some Shambling Horrors and... you know what? Vampiric Horrors. We'll go with a couple of minions on her. So she's got a few minions floating around, but not as many. Some more hex removal there. Yeah. Yeah, and I just haven't investigated the system enough to kind of know what all of its controls are as well, which is something that I also should be doing. I have no idea. I probably. Okay, so he is using Discord, which is good for damage. I kind of would like a little bit more condition control than what I have. Got a lot of hex stuff. I could swap her around a little bit. Okay, so I have remove hex there. Yeah, and the shadow there, but I don't necessarily have other hex removal. I need some amount of resurrects. What I'm thinking is I drop these in favor of Infuse Condition and Foul Feast. I don't mind those guys being a bit worse. Something like this, maybe? That seems fine. That's probably adequate. I kind of want a little bit more healing than that. I can actually work some additional healing, though, into my bar if I go into motivation. Because I could bring... oh, I don't have that elite. I don't have Song of Restoration, I think is what it's called. Probably. I'd probably be awkward to try to use anyway. Yeah, command has never surrender, but... Dervish would give me access to... what, Dwayna's Touch? There is... this Signet of Pious Light. That would be a little awkward to try to use. Could roll with, like, Conviction. Conviction Pious Light doesn't seem like the worst combination here. I'd probably drop dodge this. Because Conviction has a fairly quick recharge and also has some nice benefit for from the standpoint of helping with conditions. Because I can use Signet of Pious Light to remove it for that. Obviously, this leaves me without an elite. I could run Ebon Dust Aura as well, but that's somewhat unappealing. This is one of those spots where I really wish there were slightly more elite options. I could drop Imlad, though, for Shadow Theft, and maybe that's not a terrible idea. It would be a somewhat weaker Shadow Theft, but even 3 attributes is not nothing. I wish there was some sort of interesting no attribute elite in Dervish, but so many of its elites are locked into mysticism. Alright, I have Pious Renewal. I could bring Pious Renewal just for fodder for that, but that's super not worth. Yeah, I think I might go Shadow Theft here instead of Imlad. think. I could also go with one of these. I don't know if these are good or not. Person Blessing has some AoE stuff. I think I might stick with Shadow Theft for now and call this a bar. Let's see, do I want anything different here? Not really. This lets me get bleeding around, so bleeding plus rust is good for Discord. Blood Bond as well, and then this will also make some bleeding minions. Not a ton of conditions, but there will be other things there. I think I might give this a try and see how it goes. It might not work super well, but I like having a little bit of additional healing for me to use. Kind of prefer it on someone else, but we do have Swirling Aura as some additional healing. Gift of Health with some nice healing. Healing Burst is solid. Healing Prayer is a little bit low over here because he's focused on Divine Favor, but that just means that some of the Divine Favor stuff is solid, is a bit better, so I don't know. I'll give this a go. I'd prefer incidental, or party healing, which maybe because of Infuse, Masochism, those, and the attunements, and Vigorous Spirit is not unreasonable to run Mystic. But this might take me a few tries. This one can be quite challenging. And I'll probably wrap up after completing Battle for Lion's Arch. Unless it takes too many tries, in which case that will not be how it works. And then take a break, and then once I take I'll probably take an hour and a half lunch break or something like that, and then come back with some other game that I will be starting for the first time, so that should be exciting. Haven't fully decided what that game's going to be yet, though. But it is important to me that I'm spending some time playing games I haven't played, so that way I can, get familiarity with them, because there's a lot of good ideas, and important. Okay. It's just long. Part of what makes this difficult. The minions are really good here, so hopefully having 2 MMs works well. These definitely are going to be weaker than these ones, though. It's 142 health heal. That does a pretty good job of nullifying that. There's also an NPC who makes minions here, so there's a lot of minion. A lot of minion for sure. How does Livia have more minions than Elias? Her skills have significantly longer recharge. Yeah, I know, right? Make your limbs go weak. Insert something about mom's spaghetti here. song I've heard of. Yeah, I like it as like a random heal like that. Technically, some stuff can be a bit some other options are a bit stronger, but it works really, really well in the situation where you have where you want some other monk skills like remove hacks, for example, or if you're not using spirits, as I currently am not. I don't know how to tell this guy this, but traditionally, elementalists are weak to rangers. Yeah. Yep. Hex removal does exist on a couple of other professions, but usually only for themselves. Like Avatar of Dwayna is a good example of this. As is Pious Restoration. Exactly. I don't know what he's on. I don't think he understands how this game works. Men Body and Soul does way too much. Ritualist, Spirit Light and Men Body and Soul are both way too strong. And without them, like, Ritualist healing would be so much worse. We have such an amazing... Yeah, tier condition strip. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Turns out having dual MMs is pretty good. I mean, usually you're bringing Kal-I. You know, but... Oh, goodness. Well, we've made a mistake. Maybe I should be careful about aggroing that many dudes. Yeah, Ghost Mirror Light is one of those ones that I'm, like, not super fond of, but, like, you know what? It's actually kind of okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And giving them a skill that they can use to heal themselves is really useful. Oh, goodness, that hurt. they've got it under control. That was very useful for buying my healer's time. Oh, for when they pay out. Oh goodness, I did a bad. I did a real bad. Yes, this is correct. If you financial support through Patreon is significantly better. It's one of those things where you would think with how much money they make from subs that and bits and stuff that Twitch maybe wouldn't need to run advertisements, but what do I know? Okay, I don't know what happens. Oh, I probably got Isaiah's balanced. That would make sense. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Well, that could have gone better. Yeah, I would like to be able to stream at better stuff, but my computer can only handle so much too, which is part of the issue. I don't like these two guys being down, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that right now. Less than ideal, but where we're at. Need to get our minion army back up. Part of it too, I probably could spend some time learning more about encoding settings and like what I can do to make that better. That wouldn't compromise me horribly in terms of performance. Okay, we're just gonna wipe here apparently. Some of it too that we have as an issue in the United States is that our internet is just kind of mediocre. A lot of the places, like we have a lot of old pipes that are not gonna be getting upgraded very often because that costs money, and well, competition does not really exist so well in the U.S. in a lot of areas. There's a lot of regional monopolies when it comes to a lot of the stuff as well. Partially that's driven by the sheer size of the country. Well, because like who's going to update it is going to be the internet service providers, right? But the internet service providers they have no reason to spend money on something unless they're kind of forced to. And there's just a lot of regional monopolies that have been permitted to come into being and exist in the U.S. When it comes to internet. So it kind of makes... Wow, we are getting absolutely walloped here. Oh, I was not where I thought I was. Okay, well that was less than ideal. It's like the U.S. has sailed right past capitalism and right into corporatism, and it's bad. Something needs to be done. I don't know what or how though, but in my opinion, something ought to be done about it. But unfortunately, because of the way our politics works, all of the politicians are effectively elected by these corporations because of the interpretation of free speech laws. So that's not great. I just walked right into a bunch of pain and suffering. I'm going to turn that off because Daedalon really needs to stop Deathpack signaling people. It is bad for his survivability. Oh my goodness, we are wiping hard here. Yeah, see, that's the thing though, is you have a governmental structure. Exactly. But like, who's laying the fiber optic network, right? Is it municipal? Is it something where your government is laying the fiber optic network and then licensing it out to anybody who wants to be an ISP? Or like, how is that being managed? And the thing that's an issue here in the US is the fiber optic network, or like, I mean, if there is a fiber optic network is the first thing. But that's all being like laid primarily by private industry. And a lot of them have lobbied laws and have basically gotten laws instituted that prevent and make it illegal for like municipalities to create networks because they say it'd be unfair competition to have government competition. I see. Yeah, see, and that's the thing, is like, regulation is a bad word in a lot of areas in the U.S. So, it means that we don't have proper regulation of things. Because that's seen as stifling to the economy. I have strong opinions about this. Because, like, the thing that stifles the economy more, in my opinion, than regulation is a lack of competition. And the way things are currently structured, we have a severe lack of competition in key areas. Okay, I guess you should be allowed to resurrect now. Yeah, well, I don't even... Like, the idea of free markets is really appealing, but I'm kind of convinced that there is no such thing. Somebody will own the market, and it's either going to be the people through the government, or it's going to be corporations. So, as far as I'm concerned, the people should own the market through regulatory measures and things. Wow, I am surprised we are still alive. Yeah. Because, like, you want competitive markets, because competitive markets are what provide the benefits touted about capitalism. So, unless you're instituting measures that make free markets exist, they will eventually be owned by corporations forming monopolies. That's what seems to be the case to me, anyway. So, like, it's all well and good to say free markets, but, like, freed from whom? Anti-monopoly laws don't work unless they're enforced, and they're often very difficult to enforce well, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. It is all about where are the incentives. Because the thing is, like, the only thing you can rely on is that people will operate in a personal interest. So are you incentivizing them so that way their interests align with community interests? And that's where regulation comes in. So it's like... is there regulation in place to incentivize corporations to, you know, care about the externalities they create? You know, and if there aren't, then that starts becoming a problem. Because then the cost of those externalities are foisted on everyone else, and they're able to gain an unfair competitive advantage in many regards. But yeah, and that's where I have issues with, like, the medical patents, which I view as creating bad incentives when it comes to the creation of pharmaceuticals. Oh my goodness, there's so many, like, sandstorms and stuff. I don't think I'm winning this time, but it won't be for a lack of trying. Yeah, well, it doesn't help that there's, like, I think the government needs to do something to incentivize cures, because otherwise treatments are financially preferable. Mm-hmm. Exactly. There's a lot of gross abuses going on in pharmaceuticals. And the fact that it's permitted is gross. Well, I don't like Livia dying. That is less than optimal. I kind of wish I had a Power Stone of Courage. I could probably beat this if I had a Power Stone of Courage. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Like... Oh, yeah, a lot of politicians are owned by... Like, there's a couple of things going on. For one thing, they claim, oh, what about... We need to make a lot of money because research is expensive. Yes, like, yeah, but your research is an expense, and therefore is not part of your profits. Your profits are above and beyond that. And then... there's... just so much garbage with it. But yeah, exactly. Like, what makes the market work is when people can say no. And so, like, somebody makes a product and nobody wants it, then suddenly it doesn't really matter. Like, if it's not a viable product, it doesn't really matter, right? So, like, the balancing mechanism that's supposed to exist is somebody's ability to say no to a product. And this is where, like, part of what makes me in favor of a universal basic income is that it provides people the ability to say no to bad jobs, and therefore it helps reduce the exploitation of desperation that I personally despise. um, and makes it a lot more like feasible for people to have bargaining power around that sort of thing. Oh my goodness, this is going to be really difficult. If we're going to win this at all, it is going to be challenging to acquire. Yeah. That's the thing, is like, if you are going to have financial penalties for misbehavior, it needs to be absolutely enormous. It's true. It does depend upon the quantity of UBI. I think trying to figure out how to calibrate a UBI properly is challenging. Yeah. It does become quite the challenge to kind of figure out how to calibrate that, for sure. Oh my goodness. 2 Jade bosses. Well, and the other thing that's really difficult is what is the cost of living? That has a big impact on UBI as well. Because if your cost of living is... And, like, maybe there's an argument that that's not a... That's, like, a benefit of, like, it incentivizes people to leave expensive areas in order to go to cheaper ones. Right? Maybe that's seen as a positive effect of where you set a universal basic income, of like encouraging people to move out of expensive places, but and therefore kind of like spread around things. I think that there's a lot of potential benefits to UBIs, but it is difficult to figure out how to actually calibrate what value they should be at. I don't know. We're in a spot where, like, even at ludicrous amounts of death penalty, we are kind of, like, slowing them down. I can summon another golem as well. That's probably not bad. I cannot shadow step in. I kind of like the idea of a UBI at, like, a survival level, but... Okay, good. We got that guy down. There's so much, like, little bits of degen going on. Okay, Karen's down. This golem is tanking really nicely for us. I probably won't get rezzed until after we kill this group, which is fine. How much do we even have left? Okay, so this is the next group. It doesn't tell us what's after this group. Here we go. Obviously there's more, because there's some Jade armors coming in now. Like, we're lasting long enough to allow other people to res, which is quite beneficial. Okay, so it's just some Jade right now. Okay, well, they went down quickly. Let's see. You believe UBI, education, healthcare, everything should strive to make society as productive as possible. That contributes to the welfare of all of mankind. Productive not in the sense of most hours worked or whatever, but in the more general sense. You consider a housewife to be a productive member of society. As you do community volunteer. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, contributing to society is one of those, like... Okay, we're gonna wipe here. Like, I think we're probably gonna lose here. With these Jade. Again, if I had Power Stones of Courage, I think we might be able to pull it off, but we're just too fragile right now. But, like, the community doing better is a difficult goal to incentivize people towards, particularly in places like the United States, which are so heavily individualistic focused. Well, I bought my team a little bit of time. But I think I'm going to have to try this again, because I don't see how we're surviving this group. We do get one more chance here, though. Oh yeah, they're bringing heat now. Yep, here goes Salma. Yep. Okay, quest failed. That's fine. Okay, I think my team is overall okay. I'm not satisfied with my build. This is a bit too esoteric. What I'm trying to figure out is if I might want to adjust some skills here. I don't think so. Part of the problem is we need to keep a certain level of critical momentum going, and when that elapses, it becomes a lot more challenging. I could potentially have a better bar over here. Maybe Maelstrom is not as significant. I do like the snare of Deep Freeze. Okay, let's maybe cycle these out. Slot Glyph of Lesser back in. Ward against harm is a potential option. I'm not sure how defensive I want to run, but I can probably run somewhat defensive because the minions will add a lot of damage. And that adds some additional support that way. I kind of want... I don't feel like this party has really good big heal, which I find vaguely concerning. But maybe this is good enough. Maybe I drop Heaven's Delight for something. Heal others 151 point heal. Patient Spirit could be good. That's 100, but doesn't come with the Divine Favor bonus. Watchful Healing is maybe okay. The problem is that 12 healing prayers to heal others of the world are just not super exciting. But I think I'm going to try it just to have the stronger heal going. Okay, this was not the worst, but also kind of awkward. So, like, I could go Wind Prayers and try to heal party members with Mystic Healing. But I'm not sure I should really be worrying about trying to heal. Versus make enemies dead. Okay, I'm going to need to clear out my inventory. I also don't have Splinter Weapon right now, which might be worth trying to find a way to work in. Possibly. I could fit it onto Serenia by dropping energy storage down to like 9. But then I have to drop something. And I'm not entirely sure what I'd want to drop here. Both of Lesser is really important for our energy management, I feel. I could drop Deep Freeze. I like the snare, though. I could drop the res. I'm not sure if I want to go down that few resurrection skills, though. But maybe Splinter Weapon is more important enough. I could swap him from Healing Burst to Unyielding Aura. I don't know if I like that plan or not, though. Let's see, if I went Unyielding Aura, I would probably then want to swap... Vigorous Spirit becomes less good. Relative to something that does a direct heal. Let's see. This is 60% more. That would be what? 36 more health off of Orison? 100-point Orison maybe is okay. And I probably drop Signet of Rejuvenation. Yeah, let's try this. Unyielding Aura and then Divine Healing there. Something like this might be better. This gives me a res, and that lets me have some slightly stronger heals and a better res. So I might try that. I think I'll leave Death Pact Signet here, but I do find Death Pact Signet to be somewhat dubious. I want the damage on this. This seems fine. I definitely want some amount of enchantment removal, so that seems good. I'm not entirely sure what I want to be doing on my character just yet. Okay, let's take a moment to... Field of the Wing, sure. Okay, that's an actual unidentified one. Cool. Deathbane A. Zealot's Armor, you know what? I will salvage one of these to see what I get out of it. Okay, I do get iron. Never mind. I do want to... Oh. Okay, so it can be both iron and... That's less than ideal, but... I should be walking my way over here while I'm doing this. Make sure I have everything identified. Okay, looks like I do. I'm going to sell a bunch of stuff to Badris. I think we'll probably give this one more attempt. And then at that point, I'm going to need to wrap up regardless of the results. these things put away. And then the rest of this can be sold to Bodris the Outfitter. I don't need cloth. I've got plenty of cloth. This is why I did his quest, so I can talk to him without issue. I think I'm going to swap to Warrior. This Whirlwind attack seems like a good idea. I should grab an ID kit while I'm here. Okay, so let's see. What else do I want? I could see tactics being useful. I could go into tactics and get myself access to Soldier's Stance, but that conflicts with Drunken Master. So that becomes less appealing. I could also go into Shadow Arts. Or some of the defensive stuff there. Out of Distress, notably. You know what? Honestly, I think I'm just gonna... I am unstoppable. To avoid random nonsense. I just get one... whatever. What sort of whatever do I want? Flashing Blades has its appeal, but doesn't really fit here. Shattering Assault might not be bad. Yeah, let's just slot in Shattering Assault. That gives me a good option for getting rid of enchantments. So, it seems fine. Okay, well, I don't know if this is going to do it or not, but I'm going to try this. Do I have any DP removal that I want to specifically bring here? I could bring honeycombs. Oh, I should have some clovers somewhere, actually. Yeah, let's grab some 4-leaf clovers. That provides me a way of addressing some of the death penalty. I'm not planning on using other consumables, but... I would like to access... Okay, Bartholos. Let's give this another shot. I do feel like the large amount of minions I could generate was quite effective at things. It's just I ran into the problem of too much death penalty and repeated wipes. And the minion strategy is weaker until you actually have minions into position. We also over-aggroed a little bit too much at times. Excuse me. So I'm going to position my team over there. These guys will go down. It's just kind of how it goes. They are positioned early, and that's bad for them. Actually, we can probably come a little bit more like there. I want to be careful to not drag dudes too far forward, though. We are a lot more reliant on Livia's bipping with this, though. Okay, I'll take that. this is a spot where I can keep the enchantments off the enemy. I think that's really useful about Kryta's weakness. Useful about I am unstoppable is it gives me a bunch of additional armor, therefore helping my durability. Oh my goodness. That is quite the condition stack. Okay, I am a little concerned about pulling further forward. But I'm going to back up some. I don't want to end up in that giant mob. I'm okay with sacrificing my wall of minions to avoid massive over aggro. That seems acceptable to me. Splinter weapon also very, very nice. I didn't see Daedalon die there, but okay, he's alive again. This ritualist out of here. The advantage of this is it really helps against all of the friggin' elementalist AoEs as well. This is the problem, where we slowly creep forward. Okay, I'm going to pull back. Because you do not want to creep too far forward here. Because you don't want to end up in that big blob of enemies. Very, very deadly, that. Very deadly. Okay. They'll automatically come in after a bit. Those AoE dervish enchantments are annoying to deal with. There we go. Got close enough to get healed, which was good. Got a lot of NPC allies here, which is also very helpful. Ton of minion fodder, which is great. No greens. I've basically never seen any of the greens drop from enemies that I can think of. That's good enough in terms of loot gathering. Need to pull back. Doing okay so far. Doing okay. Looks like Santier has gotten a little bit of death penalty, but is recovering. I mean, you're not wrong, Blim, but also just didn't have time to make a full thing, and that's just how it goes. Also, the golem in this would have been kind of neat. Oh my goodness, he takes so much damage. We have 19 minions across my party right now, and this counts all of your undead allies, not just the ones he controls. So, he's healing Lydia's minions as well. With, his life sacrifice skill, and with our enormous army, that's a lot of HPs. Now granted, the amount of healing we're getting out of that is very efficient, but it is nevertheless a lot of health. Which is part of why it's important to me to have enough healing on the rest of the party to be able to keep all of their health sacrifices going, because that directly fuels everything else. And you can see that they being the minions, got really chewed up there. Which is not great. Okay, I have no idea exactly what happened to my party there, but we just got eaten alive. I suspect I did not prioritize targets well. There, that's sufficient for me. Just wanted to get a little bit of the death penalty off. Yeah, it removes DP, it does not. My goodness, this is a huge group of enemies. I think we somewhat overextended as well, if I had to guess. Doesn't help that the enemies are making a bunch of bone horrors and stuff. Ow. And that is why Unyielding Aura is good stuff. We need to do something about these casters. I don't know if we're more vulnerable to casters because we don't have Maelstrom anymore or not. Okay, this is acceptable to me. I'll take this res. There we go. It's fine. I am soaking a lot of damage. Thank you, Livia. Okay, the ritualists really need to go down. We need to prioritize them. That's part of the problem is I'm not doing an adequate job of targeting, and I think that Maelstroms into some of their caster back lines was doing a lot more work to disable them than I realized as well. We might be able to brute force this some. We'll see. That was pretty good. Yeah, okay. They're beginning to collapse here. RJ is also super useful in this mission. You can swing the price base for it. Yeah, I can see Ray of Judgment being very useful. I could also see Verada's aura being quite good. Most of these corpses are exploited, aren't they? Probably. I wish more of our NPCs resurrected. Some of our NPC allies do, but certainly far from all of them. Yeah, the big thing is I have to make sure to not get caught in a bunch of elementalist damage. No, which absolutely can happen. They love their sandstorms and Savannah heats. I do not love their sandstorms in Savannah Heats. They are very painful. Thankfully, I have some anti-DP consumables with me this time, which really help. Out of there. You can see the churning earth going. One of the things I'm just now realizing, which I should have realized earlier, is that the number of Jade means that Discord is less useful. Just because they don't have the main condition we're inflicting is bleeding, which is not able to affect Jade. The heck just happened to my bar? Disarm. That's what. Yeah, my bar is like entirely. And like as we get the minions rolling, it does a lot to like just choke everything up. Wrong button. Okay, you know what? It helps if my hands align to the keys. That way I push the buttons I mean to push instead of not doing that. I'm just gonna get some cloth out of the... I've just gotten so many cloth drops. Okay, good. You can't accidentally salvage those things, thankfully, with a regular salvage kit. Okay, this is the... Goodness. Whirling aura is annoying. I'll stay away from that so I'm not eating a bunch of damage from the fiends. Folks need to go down. Prepared shot. So you could capture prepared shot here if you really wanted to. Okay, we got past here last time. Here of Ice is an interesting choice. Pull this way out by the door. Perhaps I will even be able to retrieve it this time. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, more Jade. More whirling defense, of course. Jade armor don't get to use whirling defense, though. They're not rangers. Haha. Oh my goodness. Whirling defense lasts for freaking ever. Get this. Oh, wow. So much armor against elemental damage, though. Ow. Until, you know, we don't have it. Crude swing is bad for me. It, yeah. Ow, 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 ow. It, ends dances. Okay, this is a lot of elementalists. What are we even fighting back with? Oro Sage Winds? A minion? Ow. Well, that was interesting. I'm gonna use a clover here. Well, I was hoping to get a little bit more DP off of myself, but at least summoning sickness is almost gone. Swan got going on. Nothing of interest. It's just a lot of Jade Cloaks, which makes it really hard to do stuff. Particularly for me, as I am extremely vulnerable to all sorts of stuff. It becomes a little bit better when Daedalon has the energy to know to do things. Blurred vision is such a bane for assassins everywhere. Is this the group that killed us last time? I think it might be. Okay, we got through that. Yep, it is. Brillis, the Guardian, and Talios, the Resplendent. Wow, we got really close to victory last time. Dion, that was reckless. Okay, I appreciate the thunderclap. That is correct. I'm getting the distinct impression I need to be focusing on this guy. Glimmer of Light. Oh, that's interesting. There we go. There we go. Just need to take this guy down. And victory is ours. Huzzah! Which is a really weird way of pronouncing huzzah. Glad to have gotten that finished up for the end of the stream here. I'll take getting that on the second attempt. I didn't even have to use that many clovers, which is really nice because I like keeping that resource around for future use. Almost 100 cloth from this mission, by the way. So that's something. Look at that, 98 bolts of cloth. I could easily have over 100. Let's do it. There, 109 cloth. Okay, what did I get in this? Bone lace? Terribly exciting here. What about this? Blighter's Minor Domination. Minor Domination might be worth something. Battle for Lion's Arch. The war in Kryta is finally over. Ah, feels good. There's a lot to see here, and you can see it in when I did the slow playthrough. I'm not going to worry too much about it here, though, because I've seen it before. Mostly. Reason. A bunch of times. And we need to be wrapping up. But I've had victory. And I am very happy about that. I don't think there's any items I'm immediately looking to get from this. Whatever that's worth. The commemorative weapons. There's Isaiah's Balance, which is really boring. It's just a sundering recurve bow. Rimo's Torch. This is not bad. This is actually a really nice. It's an insightful enchanting energy storage staff. So this is actually pretty good for a hero. And it's kind of like the general mods that I'd want on an energy storage staff as well. Well, this is love. This is a healing prayer staff. Healing prayers +1, like the mastery mod is not bad, but often for healing prayers I want protection once enchanting more, but a lot of the time on monk I want enchanting. Powers intimidations, death magic. This isn't terrible. Bartholos's Bulwark is a very standard strength shield. His Shining Blade. This is a really cool sword, actually. I quite like this. It's a mastery 15/50 sword that's furious, which is really cool. Some Zealous Daggers, bog standard, but nice skin setup. This is another sword. It's a poisonous one, though. I don't know why you'd want this one. This axe is really good, though. It's a furious axe, which is really, really nice to have access to. This is a fast-casting one that's pretty inspiring. Oh, okay. This is a tactics shield that's mastery tactics, which is really cool. And then, of course, there's all of the weapons here for the different skins. Sword, hammer, axe. I like the axe best of these, I think. Of those ones, I mean. Different bows. You can see the enemies wielding them. The scythe, I really like the scythe skin as well. And I use one as the Zealous scythe on my main dervish. Yeah, the spear is pretty good. What's the intelligence? What's Brayden be saying here? This is Warren's final stages, but doesn't mean it's not useful. He would have additional orders drafted in the event of his death. Excellent. Yeah, okay, this is I wish these were better labeled so I could know which profession each one was for instead of having to, like, check on each of them. It must be the daggers. Yeah. These daggers are fine. As well. There's a lot of interesting things to discuss here, as well as set up for Hearts of the North, which I think might be available now. I'm not sure. I suspect Ward Against Harm did a lot to help reduce damage from some of the Elementalist stuff, but Maelstrom also helps prevent it, so it's a little hard to say which one was ultimately better in the end. A lot of our victory there is in part due to having the ability to get rid of some death penalty. Unyielding Aura is also just one of the best resurrection skills in the game, so... We Shall Return is very strong, but Unyielding Aura is, like, quick rapidity and, like, full heal and everything is ridiculous. And instant activation as well. So these guys will go off and talk about Hearts of the North stuff. Let's go ahead and wrap things up for today by opening these royal gifts on the dervish that is going for stuff and therefore has reason to carry them. Got 23 royal gifts from that, which is nice. I'm gonna put a few things away, but I'll do a lot of processing of stuff later. Off stream. Like, apparently selling vast sums of iron. Okay. I don't know why I'm in LA on this guy, but sure. He probably doesn't need to be holding my Power Stones of Courage. He's done a bunch of stuff in hard mode, though, which is the main reason why he is. Okay, let's see what these royal gifts contain. Okay, got some Shining Blade rations. Good for removing death penalty. Yeah, see, getting this sweet... as part of why, because this is going to expand to a bunch of additional stuff. Got some Scrolls of Resurrection coming in, which is nice. Your identification kit. Got Power Stone of Courage in there. 4 lockpicks. Medal of Honor, an Expert Salvage kit. Scroll of Slayer's Insight. I am somewhat full up on stuff. Let's bank these for future use. Okay, cool. And some more lockpicks. So we've got a bunch of lockpicks in that, a bunch of scrolls, a locum, a couple of slayers inside. I don't really care about these scrolls, so I will probably be selling those to the scroll trader, who's around somewhere, but also in my guild hall, where I'm going to go. Take care of that. I don't know. We're just going to wrap some stuff up here, but then I will be done. These scrolls are nice, I guess, but I'll probably just sell them to the merchants. I don't tend to use experience scrolls. They are a nice way of helping you get rid of death penalty, but Scroll of Lightbringer is the main one that's worth much here. Interesting. Oh, Underworld's sold out. Fascinating. I don't know why you'd want to use Scroll. I mean, it gives you triple experience, which is nice if you're grinding stuff, I guess. But 9 platinum a scroll is just ridiculous. I'd take one of the 250% that you have to like meet additional criteria for most of the time. All right, well, that's going to go ahead and wrap stuff up from me for today. I will, in terms of Guild Wars 1, I will be back later today for some other game that I have yet to determine. Yeah, it would help with getting Survivor. You can probably stack. Can you stack scrolls? If you can stack scrolls, I could see wanting to stack it with other stuff too. So yeah, I will be back later today with some other game after I have a nice lunch break and figure out what it is I'm going to be playing. And I'll be back with more Guild Wars next Saturday. I usually stream once a week right now. I don't know if I should do Guild Wars first or second, and I talked about this kind of off the top, but a little bit will have to do with how close I think I am to the end of the game that I'm playing otherwise, since that gives me more time for Guild Wars to kind of like make up the difference in terms of how much I stream that day. But I also know that streaming Guild Wars earlier gives the opportunity for all of the European viewers who watch me to actually catch it. So, but yeah, thank you all very much for watching, and till next time, everyone, take care, fare thee well. I don't know why I danced instead of waved. Yep. Take care, everyone.